Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. First and foremost, we give all praise, honor, and glory unto the Most High God, Yahweh. We do so in the name of His only begotten Son, who the world calls Christ, Yahweh Shai. It's Brother Chief Priest Al-Azhar Banoy, aka the Gorilla Hebrew.
This is Hassad Sicarii.
Hassad Sicarii.
Hassad, Officer Hassad Banoy, Officer Hassad Sicarii. I go by many names. You know what I'm saying? Young Levi.
Let's just stop that there. Let's just put an end to that in there. But yeah, Shabbat Shalom to our lunar Shabbat observance, as we are. We're going into a week of folly and mayhem here in Babylon. As you know, the commemoration of the genocide of our brothers of the tribes of Gad and Reuben is scheduled to take place this Thursday. As we do every year, if it be the will of Yahweh, we will be going live on that date. But yeah, we go live pretty much every so-called Thanksgiving, okay, and we combat the commemoration of the mass genocide of our brothers from the tribe of Gad and Reuben on that date, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. So be looking forward to that. All right, we also have some other stuff that we want to announce and talk about briefly. Let me Okay, so as y'all can see, we got these events coming up through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. So Most High will this Friday, so-called Black Friday, November the 23rd, we will be in Little Rock, Arkansas. We'll be in Little Rock, Arkansas. This Black Friday, Little Rock, Arkansas. Next month, Most High will be in Miami, Florida, December 14th to the 16th, in various areas around Miami, Hollywood Beach, South Beach, Little Haiti, Golden Glade. We plan to, if it be the will of Yahweh, hit all those spots and preach the truth of the Bible by Hashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai. Also, of course, we have the Hebrew Summit, the 12th MASHARAH YASHARAHLA Hebrew Summit going down in Atlanta. That'll be January 24th to 27th of 2019. Also real quick, another announcement about the summit I want to hurry up and plug before I forget. Another announcement about the summit before I forget. Let's scale this way down. My apologies. So this will be going on at the summit, the Sunday of the summit, which will be the January the 27th. We're gonna have an introduction to the MASHARAH YASHARAHLA boot camp. It'll begin at 8 a.m. sharp. Dress code. This is for all those who plan to come. Bring running shoes, black pants, shirt with fringes, etc. This will all be a part of the Atlanta summit. MASHARAH YASHARAHLA offers a boot camp, usually at least biannually, twice a year. just taking you out in the elements, giving you military grade training, as well as survival skills and training as far as that goes through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Again, this happens usually about once or twice a year. So this will be like a mini version, and it'll be like an introduction to it. So that'll also be going on during the time of the summit. All right, that Sunday, January the 27th, that morning, again, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. So, real quick again, we got Little Rock this Friday, Miami next month, the 14th to the 16th, and the summit in Atlanta, January 24th to 27th. So do remember all of those things through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Looking forward to seeing y'all there. All right. Let me take a look at the chat briefly and see if there's any questions about this.
No, I don't see no questions.
No questions about any of the locations for any of these trips. And as y'all can see on that flyer, real quick, as y'all can see on these flyers, 206-303-0415. Y'all can text that number and get information about any of these upcoming events. All right, we'll try to get back to you at our earliest convenience. All right. But yeah, shalom again to everybody. Yahweh Bashem Yahushai Barakathum to YASHARAHLA on this blessed Shabbat. We got some things we want to get into. And we got some things that, a program that myself and Officer Assad want to start and want to give y'all every week on Tuesdays, Tuesday nights, Wednesday mornings, depending on where you're at. I believe it's officially Wednesday morning here in Dallas, Texas. But what we want to do, what?
Someone asked us their fee for the boot camp.
No, well, for the introduction, no, but for the boot camp itself, yes. And that fee would just cover because you'll be fed and housed during that time. So the fee literally just covers that. So yeah, for the actual boot camp, but for the introduction boot camp that'll take place on January the 27th, that morning, no, there will be no fee. It'll just be kind of an introduction, show y'all what it's all about, and then if y'all are interested from there, you make contact with the Akim that are coordinating that. That'll be Priest Yakanab Lawyer. He coordinates all of that, military veteran training, etc. Expert, and you get with him and also the Tazadak. Okay, both of them brothers out of Yahweh's camp who will be co-hosting this summit with us and HOI. Those brothers will, get you situated as far as that goes. Also, all Akim that do pass that boot camp will be certified. We'll get a certification and all that. As far as that goes. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, but every week now, either Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, depending on what time zone you in, Officer Assad and I plan to come to y'all and give y'all a history, a portion of our history and a portion of the law that we just want to go over through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. We have a 9-week program set up currently where we plan to get through the entirety of the book of Genesis, as well as key points, not every word, but key points as far as commandments that are applicable predominantly in this day and age, not so much centering around the sacrificial laws, of course, that we do not have a standing temple to uphold at this time, but other laws that, are more prevalent and relevant to us in this day and time, meaning we have the actual ability to keep in Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers rather. So we want to take y'all through all of that. Most High will over the course of this next 9 weeks leading into the summit. All right. So we're going to start tonight in Genesis and Exodus as far as history and law goes, because we want to give, we want to teach our history of being Hebrew Israelites. It's who we said we are. So we're going to start from the history of Eber, where we get the name Hebrew from, and lead on into Israel and the 12 tribes, etc. And we're gonna go over the laws from, we're gonna set the stage from the chapter before the 10 Commandments into the 10 Commandments and the commandments thereafter that we agreed to keep with Yahweh through Moses at Horeb, all right, or Mount Sinai. So we want to go through all that through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, and we plan to begin that program tonight, all right, or this morning, whatever you want to call it. we wanna start that program now. But before we do that, we got a little bonus.
Man, someone said the water for the Hell Up in Haiti videos.
All praise Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. That channel, I got to get back on that channel because I hear it's people that are acquiring on that channel, and you know, I just totally have neglected the comment board there and kind of just left those videos. So I certainly need to get back on there for those of y'all that aren't familiar, because you're gonna get a lot of edification about the tribe of Levi on that page. So let me take y'all there real quick. Is this page here? Can they see it? Oh, Thawada sis, man. Y'all watch me out, shout right about that sister. Shout out to that sister. What's her Hebrew name now?
Aliyah Shabai.
Aliyah Shabai, and all praises that she got her Hebrew name. Sister Aliyah Shabai, always just immensely supportive. So we always want to thank and give a special shout out to that sister for that. But this is the channel Hell Up in Haiti, right? Of course, I'm not a fluent Creole speaker, so we do have Creole lessons here in the playlist from other Akim. A lot of stuff is 5 years old, but a lot of powerful information here, as y'all can see, in the Creole tongue. All right, that I think that brothers should check out, certainly through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. All right, then we have some interesting videos about Haiti here. So yeah, but as far as the uploaded content that I have provided myself and also another contributor, big shout out to my brother Priest Yazar Rav, which is this brother here, is another contributor on this page, who has kind of urged me to check in on the page because of the activity that occurs on the comment board. But as the last one we did on here was Donald Trump lies to the Haitian people. It's powerful. Hebrewisms of voodoo, going into how some voodoo practices are linked to the Torah law, proving that we are, as Haitians, the Levitical priests. Red Cross robs Haiti of 500 million, right? And Haiti is rejected from the African Union. Cinco de Mayo and Haitian Heritage Month. This was a big video about the unity between the so-called Mexicans and Haitians, or Sicarii and Levites. U.S. government offers $200 million to murder Haitian babies. This was a big video. Why I'm not praying for Paris, Haitian deportation crisis. This is when that whole situation was going down in the Dominican Republic. This is another Creole lesson provided by our brother Priest Yazar Rav, going into the meaning of what Creole actually means, which it just means a slave born in America. White American abuse of Haitian orphanage. Going into pre-colonial history before we got brought here, history of the tribes in West Africa, more voodoo in the Bible. Then this video is about how Citibank and the United States Marine Corps bankrupt Haiti, and a major contribution to the financial ills of Haiti today was the fact that Citibank, with the help of the United States Marine Corps, actually robbed us of all the money in our national bank. The 1804 Massacre in Pictures. This is Maccabees Reincarnated, a very powerful series that I suggest for anybody who's trying to get deep into the knowledge. Undeniable proof that Haitians are Levites and reincarnation is a real thing, biblical thing. The Serpent and Rainbow, another video showing the union between so-called Mexicans and Haitians, or Issacharites and Levites. This is about Rachel Jeantel, when everybody was trying to demonize her when she was giving a testimony during the time of the Trayvon Martin case. So we got a lot of information on here. All praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua. So y'all check this out. I got to get back on this channel because look, let me take a look. Uploads. Let me go to Slakia. Popular upload Slakia. Most popular. Okay. So we go to these popular videos. See this video, Haitians are Israelites of the tribe of Levi. It's got 22,000. You know, so it's got a lot of. There's people like Yazar. The whole reason he even, one of the reasons he even woke up was this video, to the truth. So this video has done a lot, and I did this 5 years ago. So all praise Yahweh Shemi Yahushua for that. So a lot of information on this. All right, so I suggest it for everybody, but I want to get into this real quick. Many of y'all saw this. This video, Israelites invade Bible study, premiered 7 hours ago through the Spirit here on youtube.com/SICARRI, right? It was a great video. Officer Assad, as well as Soldier Yadaya and Soldier Nakawam and one of our prospect brothers, Taza Doc, went up in a Bible study, you know, and got kicked out of 2 different Bible studies. Tremendous video, right? So this was a very hilarious moment in the video that the brother screenshot and posted on his Facebook page earlier. All right, and he captioned it, "This Christian pastor couldn't stand me. Caption this family. We ran up in the church and got kicked out. Here's the link." So of course, brothers began to participate in captioning. A lot of funny captions. Shout out to War Dog Pagala, brother Jose Wang, all the other brothers contributing. Sister Vanessa, brother Nick, Hosea, etc. Soldier Kabatazanya. Oh no, that's not him. Salakia. But y'all gonna see something, right? All of a sudden, here comes this woman, Kadriana Fuller. Kadriana Fuller. Okay, she creeps on here. We don't know her. You haven't seen her. She isn't the brother Hassad's friend, my friend. Anybody you have one in common with her?
Yeah, I have one friend in common with her.
Okay, one friend in common.
Which is funny because sometimes, like when I get friends requests, if it has Israel or YASHARAHLA, I'll usually just confirm it.
Just off top.
Just off top. And so this sister,
maybe she blew the whistle.
Well, no. Here's the thing, right? That's possible for sure. But so I'm sure I probably just maybe looked at our profile or something and confirmed it because the person that we have a mutual friend with coincidentally lives in Dallas. I didn't even know that until I went and looked. Mm-hmm. So, like you said, maybe she told a friend who goes to this church, "Hey, look at this. I seen," but yeah, like the brother said, I have no idea who this Kadriana's sister is. So
madness.
Yeah,
madness. So yeah, watch that comment board from too. So Kadriana Fuller says she tags somebody named Yamika Evans. And she says, "Look at this BS." And then she comments after and says, "This is my pastor, and you're so disrespectful." Trash emoji, right? For one, if you're trying to teach your words from God, it's a way to go about it. You don't intrude into someone's church and cause chaos. Secondly, I don't see how you or anyone else on this post finds this acceptable. Is this how y'all God work? He condones you condemning others for what they believe because it's in contrast to faith. This is disgusting AF, or, as F, and harassment.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you click that real quick? Watch this, because she said, "Look at this BS," and so I said, "Well, this is crazy." I said, "What's BS about it, sis? I'm not your sis, sir." You see
that? This is how evil some of our people. But we're just doing this to expose. The whole reason we're going into this is to expose the absolute Satanism of the Christian church. The Christian church is a satanic organization. Every Christian church is a satanic temple. I'm telling you. And we're going to look at the behavior that is gendered by this. First off, she has told another black man that she's not his sister. That's one thing Christianity will do to you, right? Go ahead.
Shout out to the brother Yashar Tazadak.
Yeah, Yahweh Shemi Yahushua.
Prospect out there in Ohio. But yeah, it's just crazy because I didn't, throughout this whole, little feed of her going and just talking reckless to me and Chief Priest Alzar, At no point were we really going in disrespect her, or whatever you whoop whoop whoop. I say, hey, what? So she made a statement. This is BS. Okay, that's fine. Just what's BS about it, sister? Right now, let's say I wasn't. Aren't you a Christian? Aren't we supposed to be all brothers and sisters? Right?
Christ, right?
That's insanity, man.
Madness.
It's white supremacy.
There you go. So the brother responds, LOL. Well, here's the video. You're welcome to tell me where I was disrespectful to anyone. Links her to the video. She responds, you displayed disrespect the moment you intruded into our church with cameras looking to prove a point. It's disgusting, sir. You believe what you want to believe, but putting others down and doing what you're doing to get a message across is sloppy. This brother responds, well, tell your pastor to stop robbing black people. Very, very accurate and decent thing to say, right? She responds, he don't rob anybody. He responds, are you going to be at church this Sunday? I'll be there. She says, you can't even grow beige past your neck, but you effing with church and pastor. You're worried about the wrong things in life. So I didn't know, like, that, you know, not being able to grow braids was more important than the word of God.
Right.
Interesting.
Right. That's what I asked.
So braids are more important than God. See you Sunday. I'll make sure you don't step foot in our sanctified door. You're sanctified in what?
Right.
I would love to know what that church is sanctified in. If the word, it was at this moment that the brother screenshotted that the word of God began to agonize and aggravate your so-called pastor.
Right.
Give me the scripture about the pastors, man. In the Most High. Yeah, in the Most High setting up pastors according to His heart.
Yeah.
I need all of that because this plantation Christianity that has been ravishing the minds of black, Hispanic, and Native Indian people for, you know, the majority of the last 500 years, especially, you know, post-slavery, because that's when they sent a lot of evangelists to indoctrinate. So-called the Southern Kingdom. They were indoctrinating the indigenous people through the re-indoctrination schools, through forcing them to bow to Caesar Borgia, etc. All of these mechanisms have totally destroyed our people mentally. This sister is out of her mind if she honestly believes that that place is sanctified.
Right.
Number one, that place is full of graven images, idols.
Yeah.
It's constructed in a way of idolatry. Yeah. Even because it's constructed like a damn pyramid. Well, look, I'm looking. Matter of fact, let me look outside. I can see the damn church. Yeah. Outside. Right. Go ahead.
I got a quick precept. This is Jeremiah 23:1. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture.
Woe, see, her pastor, who is yes a thief, because he takes money from black people after lying to them,
right,
and lying on God, not just lying to them, but lying about God to them, and making them feel okay with their evil, like Kadriana Fuller. This is why she's so upset, because this man makes it easy for her, as wicked as she is, to sleep at night, and she thinks that she is righteous in the sight of God, predicated upon the lies that this nigga tells her. Right. And that's why she would gladly put money in his damn pocket.
Yeah, look at his face. I'm just reading the Bible. You see me, what do I have in my hand? I have a Bible in my hand. And look at him. He looks like he wants to wring my neck. Right? But this is Jeremiah Thwada to the soldier Amath Zion. Woe be unto the pastor that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith Yahweh.
That's this guy. Go ahead.
Let's see. I'm gonna read one more verse. It says, therefore thus saith Yahweh of Israel against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing.
You see that you're driving them away from Yahweh, the Most High. This sister is so turned off by the truth. Again, anybody can watch this video. Officer Assad did not move in a way of disrespect at any juncture when he was conversing with the pastors or the representatives of these churches. He wasn't. So the fact that she finds what he did and labels it literally disgusting, this man has done a bang-up job in driving a Hebrew Israelite, a sheep of God, away. Read that part again.
Come on. It says, "Ye have scattered my flock."
You scattered this. With this man Like Yahushua, who you call Christ, the so-called black man said, "He that gathereth not with me scattereth." Right. This man is scattering.
That's right.
The flock of God. He is scattering blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Read.
Con. It says, "Ye have scattered my flock and driven them away."
And he's driving them away from the word of God. So when brothers go in there in a respectful manner, wait their turn to talk, request permission. Anybody can watch this video. This officer Assad asked and requested permission from this man, the pastor, for time to talk to him. The man gladly accepted, right? Gladly gave it to him. Okay. Then they talk about the scripture. Then once too many Bible verses came out, all of a sudden the nigga had to go. Right? First he was going to set up a meeting with you. Then he said, "I'm not setting up a meeting
Friday.
with you.
I'll see you Friday.
Y'all got to get the hell out of here." So who was actually disrespectful here?
Yeah, and Slagi, if I may, this is after I sat inside their Bible study for an entire hour. An entire hour.
Let's not forget that part.
Didn't say a single word until it was towards the end, because I asked the sister, "Is there going to be time to ask questions at the end?" She said yes. So I waited until the very end, a whole entire hour of not saying anything. I asked him a question, and you can see on the video, he totally buck dances, gives one of the worst breakdowns I've ever heard in my entire life. Kicks me out of that church. So we go across the street, and I talk to this guy, and this is just so satanic, like the brother said. All I'm doing is reading the Bible. Literally, throughout this entire video, all I do is read the Bible and give my exegesis on the verses that I'm reading, right? And they look at that as deplorable and disgusting and disrespectful. You are completely brainwashed. And you've been brainwashed by this Negro and his counterparts, man. And it's truly sad.
That's right, Ikea. Read that part again.
Come on. It says, "Ye have scattered my flock and driven them away."
That's what this man has done. He has scattered so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and driven them away from the truth of the Most High Yahweh. Driven them away from starting with the law, right? So read.
Come, the water to the brother Nagad out of one.
Come.
It says, "And have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings."
The Most High is going to visit on this man. Yeah. Because the evil of his doings is driving Israelites away from the truth.
But I got that, Jeremiah. This is Jeremiah 3:15. It says, "And I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding." Which is not what this guy feeds people with.
That's right. The pastors, according to the heart of the Most High, the men that you see on the street corners. That's the pastors according to his heart. And that's evidently clear. Right? So we're going to keep moving on in the thread. So he goes on to say, and how does he plan to do that? She says, "Bob, I'm done talking to you, you shallow-minded." I want to understand how she can rationalize how a brother is shallow-minded. So there's more though. This is just one thread. So let's go to this one. And she says, we already read this, right? Somebody else?
Yeah, the brother Derek Yehuda.
All right, Thawadi Yabashim Shabrak a thumb to everybody. That's super chatting, man. Right? So she tags apparently somebody named Bridget Casey. Look, the brother posts a video, applies, you mad? She says, "I'm far from mad. You're childish and don't know how the proper way to conduct yourself." This is what she says, right? So I come in there now because now I'm outraged, and I say, "Kadriana Fuller, is this proper conduct?" She's talking about proper conduct. So this is the screenshot I posted. This is of a twerk video here you see done in Seattle, Washington, in the shadow of the Space Needle. And there's a challenge that was going around on Instagram, right? So this challenge that's going around on Instagram is called like the City Girl Challenge or something like that. As y'all know, the City Girls are a prominent girl group signed to QC or whatever. Did a song with Drake. That what's it called?
Kiki, dude.
I mean Kiki, but what is it called? It's called something. We all know Kiki, but it's got a name.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, whatever the hell it's called. Y'all know Kiki. Do you love me? Whatever. So there's a challenge. Centered around them because y'all know that the dark skinned one,
my feelings.
The cute one, she's in jail right now, on a fraud case. So it's like I think it's called the Free JT Challenge or something like that, City Girls Challenge, something like that. So that's why she got Free JT in the highlighter green. So she's totally naked with body paint on, and she's twerking on top of a building. That's what she's doing. Mind you, this girl JT, we did a video on. If y'all remember, it's called The City Girls Promote Abortion, where JT has the eloquent lyrics, "This nigga's acting crazy, I'm about to get rid of his baby." So here, 2 hours before she had the nerve to come on this brother's post and condemn him for standing up for God. She posted this video of a ass naked woman twerking with body paint on, body paint sin, ass naked twerking sin, body paint on, promoting and glorifying and honoring somebody who is an advocate and supports abortion, which is murder, another sin, just 2 hours ago, right? So I said, is this proper conduct? Good question, right? Oh my goodness gracious. Where the hell? Now I gotta get all the way back here. Is this page?
Yeah, it's on there. Go to uploads. Hold on. How funny would that be if they just took it down right now?
I'm gonna be super mad. No, it's here.
It's there. It's still there.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. So I asked her, is this proper conduct? Is this proper conduct? And then Hassan Karab asked her, is this proper conduct? This is I got opened up in the tab. Is this proper conduct? Which is a very relevant question. This is her. The picture that she posted on her Facebook. Ass all out. Whatever, right? So he asks, is this the proper way to conduct yourself? Since she's talking about proper conduct. She says, first off, why all in my pictures? I'm a grown-ass woman. Me posting a picture in a bathing suit breaks what commandment? For y'all to be trying to teach people about y'all religion, y'all sure do judge a lot. My God knows my heart. He knows my intentions. He knows everything about me because we talk. Our relationship is tight. You posting my picture and hovering over my page to find my sins don't deter me from this love. Again, sloppy way to conduct this. So the girl who asked out on Facebook, again, is talking about sloppy conduct. Interesting.
She's supposed to talk to God, right?
But
she talks to God.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. 1 Timothy 2:9 I post. In like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel. Don't look like modesty to me. With shamefacedness. First off, a lot of these women don't know the first thing about shamefacedness. A girl with shamefacedness wouldn't have came on here at all.
Right.
And sobriety. For some reason, I think it's safe to assume that this girl, she sips a little bit.
Not with the damn Hennessy Fest.
Not with broidered hair or gold or pearls or costly array. Then I post Proverbs 11:22. As a jewel of gold in the swine's snout, so is a fair woman, which is without discretion. A woman who posts this on the damn internet is without discretion. Oh my God, how did I do this again? See, I'm supposed to open it in a new tab. Salaki. Back here. So and then I post Titus 2:5 to be discreet, which that has. Alright, so let's go back up. So Titus 2:5, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home. They can hear us? Yeah, okay. To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands. She's not discreet with her ass out. She's certainly not chaste. She don't keep her ass at home. I guarantee you she be out all the time. Not good, not obedient to her own husband. She probably got 5 of them. And that the word of God be not blasphemed. Therefore, she is a blasphemer.
Right.
Right? So she responds to me, Alazar Bun lawyer, bitch. So she's this godly woman who's coming to defend her pastor starts a sentence with bitch to a grown ass man. We is not in Israel. This is not effing BC, meaning before Christ. If I want to wear the skimpiest bathing suit made to man, it's my decision. You see that? This is what this piece of garbage has taught her. That if she wants to wear the skimpiest bathing suit known to man, it's her decision. That's cool. He has taught her this. He will pay for this. And you have no right to judge nor condemn me. You steady quoting scriptures. How many of them do you live by? I proceed to tell I live by all the scriptures. I don't have the right to judge or condemn. 1 Corinthians 2:15. But he that is spiritual judges all things, yet he himself is judge of no man. So she responds, bye. Your time is up. I don't believe I even addressed you in the comments. Why are you coming for me? Go read your Bible and live your holy life, Mr. Prefect. Prefect.
She can't even spell.
She can't even spell.
I'm a grown ass woman. I'm a grown ass woman. She can't even spell.
Perfect. I corrected her. I will continue to. I can only urge you to do the same, which is, read her Bible and live a perfect life. She says, Hassad says, your pastor was a coward who couldn't deal with the Bible. She tags me and says, you can't urge me to do shit. That's amazing. You can't urge somebody to do something. That's a new thing. I can't urge you to do something. But let's see what urge. See what urge is to sis here. To hurt bae, as I began to call her. Urge. To try earnestly or persistently to persuade someone. So I can try earnestly and persistently to persuade you. I mean, it's not how can I not urge you? That's retarded. As I told her, bless your heart, hurt bae. She responds to me to Hassad's comment. You're a coward because I'm sure you didn't say it to his face. Hassad said, I implore you to get some new weave. The bundle's looking kind of crusty, princess. Which is very true. A very good comment. Watch the video. I clearly did mean he clearly called him a coward. I responded, Keandra Fuller, I wasn't there, but my esteemed colleague of SACRAMENTO sure did say it to his face. Then she tags me, bitch, bless your kid's heart. Stop talking to me. This is shit. She's so Christian. God, she's such a good Christian. I said, someone get her bae a tissue. So Hassad posts this Naomi Campbell crying. I say, she don't compare to, look at our lovely princess Naomi Campbell. She don't compare to Naomi. So then he posts this. This is great. He said, there we go, more accurate. I said, more like it. This is how she be when pastor lay hands on her anyway.
Oh, boy.
Great.
I didn't even see that one. That's great.
Yeah, that's great. All praise Yahweh Shai for a sense of humor. LLAB, I don't know what that is. Something about laughing, I'm sure. My bundles cost more than you. So she's saying that the cheap Indian hair, because that's Indian hair, that's not Malaysian or even Peruvian or Brazilian, that's clearly Indian she got in her head. Costs more than than a whole black man. we got to analyze. All this comes from him, though. You see that?
Yeah.
She got it from him. All comes from the Christian church. I'm tying all of this. Her whole ideology comes from her life in Christianity, her mother's life in Christianity, so on and so forth. Loving Caesar Borgia, hating and having absolutely zero respect for a black man. This is where it comes from. From this black man. Imagine that. Boy, grown ass man, boy, I will shit on your life. Real holy like of you to talk about, wait a minute, real holy like of you to tell somebody that the hair that some East Indian woman cut off her head, that I know you didn't pay more than $100 for. And you probably paid more for your install, to be honest with you. Real holy like, but it's just crazy. It's cute. Try again. Weird ass religion y'all got. Okay, but there's more. There's a little bit more, I believe, because what I did was, because I wanted everybody to see what I posted, so I can hide that. I want everybody to see what I posted, so I end up posting it. Oh, here we go. Here's more. You don't even know my pastor. Pastor Ron Shaw is an amazing preacher. He teaches nothing but the honest word of God. We don't walk around bringing you down, nor interrupting on your worship and study, because it's not what we believe in. This is sickening to see. Wrong way to get a message across to people. Horrible delivery. Well, I think there are a couple thousand people on YouTube that would disagree with this system.
Yeah.
At this point. So I have posted this. Here's what I posted. I posted the same picture again, but I said, you promote black women degrading and whoring themselves out. Is that okay? Does your pastor approve? This woman has broken so many laws of God in this video, yet you put best one. And she does this all to honor a woman who promotes abortion. Is this Christ-like? Valid question.
Sheesh.
Here's what she responds. Alazar lawyer. First off, I'm human. Nowhere in the Bible, y'all listen to this. Nowhere in the Bible does it state you have to be perfect. I fall short of the glory of God every day and repent for my sins. If that picture that the brother Hassad posted stays up every day, you didn't repent for it. And you first off, you justified yourself earlier in the post. Anyway, those of knowing and not of knowing, I don't promote anyone degrading themselves. So stripping naked, painting yourself, standing on top of a building and shaking your ass is not degradation.
Yeah, for thousands of people to see.
That's degradation. See, but that's the problem. See, on that plantation, not only do we learn this Christianity, black women were forced into whoredom and learned this practice, which is why they are now, and so many of our people are in a whorish culture now on both sides. That was all learned at the plantation and being treated like absolute animals and prostitutes, both men and women. That's where all this comes from. And he is the modern day step and fetch it pastor. Okay? So she says, I don't promote anyone degrading themselves. Yet who am I to judge a person when God says in his word not to judge? She quoted that like it says that verbatim, not to judge. That is one of the most misquoted scriptures in the world.
Yeah.
I don't condemn anyone for their actions. I leave it to God. I don't know what religion you live in that expects you to be perfect, but it's bullshit. So many laws broken is your bullshit. You're not a perfect person. Stop judging others and trying to project your religion on everyone. Not everyone believe WTF you believe in, dude. So of course there were so many errors there. So I said let's see if Jesus agrees with you. Matthew 5:48. Be ye perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. She says, nowhere in the Bible does it state you have to be perfect. Jesus determined that that's a lie. Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. You have something?
Yeah, this is Proverbs 17:15. He that justifieth the wicked and he that condemneth the just, even they both are an abomination.
This sister is an abomination. Okay? Like that cheap ass hair on the head. So I told her, I follow Christ, not you. Perfection is a commandment. She says, perfection is not a commandment. The Bible says he should try and be like Christ. Nobody is perfect. Everyone sins. Next. You can read, right? Let me post Jesus' words again. Matthew 5:48. Be ye perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. You read Paul's writings, right? Colossians 4:12. Epaphras, who is one of you, a servant of Christ, saluteth you, always laboring fervently for you in prayers, that ye may stand perfect and complete in all the will of God. Supposed to stand perfect, and it's literally an expectation. She responds to me, your whole religion is a joke. If this is the way y'all conduct yourself, very rude and disheartening. I mean, how has she conducted herself during any of this? If you can't accept that not everyone will agree with your religious views and not condemn them, you just like Satan. How am I? Satan actually shares this little exact ideology of you, which is crazy. I'm done arguing with a shallow-minded person as such. She tried to sound like she was intelligent, right? That's hilarious.
Nice try.
Our religion is a joke. No, that picture of you poking your ass out is a joke, sis. Repent.
Sheesh.
The joke is you think the person you talk to in your head at night is God. It's not. You're talking to yourself.
Yeah, or a demon.
Or Satan.
Well, maybe not even a demon. Maybe multiple.
maybe a legion.
They're taking turns talking to you.
All right, they're running a mental spiritual training. Right? Kadriana, she hasn't had enough apparently. So let's see.
I'm done. I hate the.
She keeps saying I'm done talking. She keeps coming.
I can't
back.
stand the type of people. I'm done. I'm done talking to you. You're so beneath me. You just say something that just grinds their gears.
Here they are. They're right back.
And there they are, right there.
She said your religion is a joke. Like I said, if it produces products like you who go around judging others and making them feel like what they believe in is wrong. Like the priest of Baal, right? When when the Most High had Elijah to have them to call on Baal to burn the sacrifice,
they were making fun of him,
and he laughed at them and made them cut themselves. I wonder if that was what she was. If that's judging people and making them feel like what they believe in is wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure Balls. He just, he's probably asleep or he's on a long journey. He's on his way back.
Maybe he went somewhere.
You know, man. Dude, come on, man.
But this is the thing. The level of ignorance that she's speaking with is only because the church that she goes to does not read the Bible.
Okay.
It's that simple. She is so ignorant to what's in the Bible that it's because these guys don't read the Bible. They're not reading Christ. Like, we went to Christ, we went to Paul, we went to books of wisdom on her, and she totally was against all of it because they're not reading any of it at this church that she goes to.
Okay.
How many scriptures were read during the time that you were at the Bible study, officer?
No, I'm going to keep it that way, right? This pastor, at the first church that I went to, at the Bible study, I'm going to go, he didn't, no more than 6, no less than 4. So right in between 4 and 5, 6, maybe 7 scriptures.
In the course of 1 hour.
In a whole hour. Brothers would go to camp, brothers just go chilling. We pull out that in a minute. Are you kidding me? A whole hour and he reads 7.
We've done more than that in
just now.
We're at 47, but we didn't really start the lesson though until at least 15 minutes in. So that's crazy. That's special.
Real quick too, Salakia. I was doing a little research yesterday, and there's something called imprecatory psalms. Now, because they love, they got them Bibles with the New Testament
and
Psalms, right? Now, I want to know if she's read about the imprecatory Psalms. I'm going to read it. It says, imprecatory Psalms contained within the book of Psalms of the Hebrew Bible are those that invoke judgment, calamity, or curses upon one's enemies or those perceived as the enemies of God. Now, when you look up the word imprecatory, in the etymology of the word, it basically is...
I like that word, imprecatory.
Imprecatory. It literally means like to pray that God destroys something or someone. Like she's talking about how disgusting we are. Don't you know that in the Bible, in some of the imprecatory Psalms, like Psalm 109, Psalm 69, David prays that not only is a person killed, but that their children are continual vagabonds and that there be none to extend mercy to them.
I want, not only do I want you to die, I want your kids to be homeless. I want your kids to not have a place to stay, to not have anything to eat. That's a hell of a prayer.
But we're just so hateful though. I would love to see like how she would treat one of the prophets of old. Oh well, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, maybe she did mistreat a prophet of old. We just don't know. There's no remembrance of a former things. But Most High in Christ, this is crazy. So, what was she at? Because we didn't even finish this. Hold on one second. Hold on.
She said, your religion is a joke because you're simple-minded, and it has you stuck in one little-ass bubble to where you can't see S-word else but the BS fed to you.
Wow. I can't see anything with the BS fed to me and FWI? Does she mean FYI? I don't have to poke S. God blessed it to poke naturally.
Oh,
girl, you was poking that out extra. Let's be honest with you, okay? You wasn't all that. Let's just keep that 1,000 while. Okay, so yeah, that was pretty much all of it. But we just wanted to go into that. Any other precepts?
That's pretty much it on that. We could go for a whole hour on precepts about ladies like her poking out her rump.
But she learned from her mother, who learned from another, gatekeeping, sellout, step and fetch it, passer the new facade for massa Negro. Right. Hands down. Ayash, Officer Ayash is crazy. Where we at?
Oh, actually, I do have one scripture just because you said that.
Right.
This is Ezekiel 16:44. It says, "Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter."
There you go. There you go. She get it from her mom. That's what, 9 times out of 10 it kind of really boiled down to. She get it from her mom. But all praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua, the Most High is pulling so many of us out of that zombified mind state. Quickening his people by Shem Mashiach Yahushua. It's beautiful. And hopefully somebody who is led astray in one of them Christian ideologies is woken up by, the full-fledged scriptural onslaught and expose that we just, brought forth through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. What we now want to do is move to the, get down to the nitty-gritty. Where should we start? Let's start here. Let's start with Genesis. We're gonna read Genesis. First, we're gonna start Genesis 9 and 24 to 27. Then we'll skip to Genesis 11 and 1 and read from there. We'll get into our Hebrew history portion. That's right, y'all. Hebrew history. All right. So go ahead.
So Genesis 9 and 24. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants."
He said, "Cursed." So, actually, start from the top. So, like it.
Genesis 9 and 24.
Uh-huh.
And Noah awoke from his wine.
So Noah woke up, read,
and knew what his younger son had done unto him.
Know about the mockery and him seeing him naked and whatnot. Read.
And he said, "Cursed be Canaan."
So he cursed the grandson of Ham or Ham. All right, you say it in the Hebrew, Ham. Right? Read on.
A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
He said, "A servant of servants shall he be." Right? So he's going to be the lowest of the low. Right? Go ahead.
And he said, "Blessed be Yahweh, God of Shem."
Yahweh, God of Shem. Start from the top.
This is Genesis 9 and 26.
Uh-huh.
And he said, "Blessed be the Yahweh, God of Shem."
That's the subject of this sentence. Has to be understood. The subject of this sentence is Yahweh, God of Shem. From the top again.
And he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem,
Mm-hmm.
and Canaan shall be his servant."
Uh-huh.
Verse 27. God shall enlarge Japheth.
Right? God shall enlarge Japheth, and what else?
And he shall dwell in the tents of Shem.
God shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Read.
And Canaan shall be his servant.
You see that? Do not let a white supremacist interpret that verse in the Bible for you. And we praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua for revealing his secrets to his servants, the prophets. Because there are too many Christian white supremacist ideologies that are accepted as interpretations of the Bible without examination whatsoever. And that for a long time was one of them, but we praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua for revealing unto us that that's not what that's talking about. Because they say that means Japheth is going to come and live amongst Shem and enslave Canaan. Meaning it was okay for white people who are Japheth, which means they're beautiful, to take people's land and enslave black people. That's what the generally accepted interpretation of that scripture is. That's total white supremacy. It's a total damn lie. It's total Christianity. So one more time, God.
This is Genesis 9 and 27. God shall enlarge Japheth.
God enlarges Japheth. You know what? No, hold on real quick. Let's deal with the word enlarge. I want to deal with that.
Yeah. It's not talking about how big he made Japhethites.
Yeah. So let's just go here. He shall enlarge. God shall enlarge Japheth. What does this mean? Enlarge, patah. To be spacious, to be open, to be wide, to make spacious, to be simple, entice, deceive, persuade. You know, as we say in the black community, oh, that person's open. They're wide open. Meaning they're simple. They're stupid. They're just waiting to get taken advantage of. Like that's what they say about that's what they said about what's his dude? Rob Kardashian with dealing with Black China. He was open. That's what it means. They're stupid, silly people. That's who the Japhites are. They're not super intelligent. Go down to Samoa, Tonga, Hawaii, Australia. Go and visit those people. They're not intelligent people there. You'll come to find out. They're not scholars. They're not extremely intellectual. Those are large people, who crack open coconuts with their foreheads and things of that nature. Like, that's what they do. They can put on a pair of football pads and tackle somebody. They're not even that great of wrestlers. If you take a look at their wrestling, they're just big. They're really not that skilled. They're certainly not intelligent. They're simple. And that's what God said he would do to those people. That's one of the clear indications of how we know who the Japhites are. They are those people of Austronesian, Polynesian, Micronesian, and Southeast Asian descent. All right? That's period. Keep going.
And he shall dwell in the tents of Shem.
He shall dwell in the tents of Shem, meaning God is going to choose somebody who comes out of the line of Shem. Read.
And Canaan shall be his servant.
And Canaan shall be his servant. So emphasizing not Ham, because you also have some people who call it the curse of Ham. It's not the curse of Ham. It went to the grandson of Ham, Canaan. It's not going on Hamites. The people of Mizraim did not get this curse. Show me how. The people of Cush did not get this curse. Show me how. They clearly didn't. The people of Put, those aren't the only Hamitic people. You have the Putites, you have the Mizraimites, you have the Cushites, then you got the Canaanites. Those other groups of Hamitic people, you cannot see this curse on them. You can only see it on the Canaanites. Okay? So now, that was 27? Okay, so now, because I just wanted to substantiate that, because this is the prelude to understanding the fact that out of Shem shall the chosen line of people in whom we are come. So we just got to get all this history through the Spirit. So now let's go to Genesis 11. And we're going to read 1 and read 2. But I need you to stop at 2. Because there's a lot of information in Genesis 11 through the Spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua that we must go through. Okay, so go ahead.
This is Genesis 11 and 1. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
So the whole earth spoke one language. What language is that? That is the language that we today call Hebrew. Right? At that time, the language was not called Hebrew. It was not called anything. It was the language. It's just how we talk. You understand what I'm saying? If there's only one language that exists in the whole earth, why would it have a name?
Yeah.
It didn't have a name. So you have to understand when you're telling people this and you're educating and edifying people as to Hebrew being the oldest language in the earth, the fact that it is so primitively structured with the ba, ga, da, wa, etc. All right, when you're breaking all of this down to somebody, the phonetics of it, etc., we have to understand that when you say it, you must clarify it was not called Hebrew, it was not called anything. It's just what people said. When we take a look at the very primitive way in which the pictographs that make up the Hebrew language are formulated, all of this is an attestation to, it being the prime or the first or the initial language in the earth. All the original Paleo-Hebrew characters we can find cosmologically in the stars, right? You got people talking about Leo and Sagittarius and Scorpio, not understanding that whole Hebrew alphabet is in them stars. And when we were dealing with astronomy, not astrology, let's get that twisted, because astrology is not a true science. It's made up and is condemned in the Bible, called observing of times. Let's make sure that's clear. But when we dealt with astronomy, especially the tribes who are gifted in astronomy, right? The tribes of Issachar and Zebulun, known today as so-called Mexicans and Central Americans. When they dealt with astronomy, when they looked up there, they got messages in the constellations that spelled out words because all of the Hebrew alphabet was there. These are things we have to understand. You have to clear your mind of the ideologies of Greco-Roman and post-Greco-Roman society. Western society. You have to. Because the 12 zodiacs is a Greco-Roman concept. It is a white concept. Clear your mind of that. Because when our brothers, especially of Zebulun and Issachar, being experts in astronomy, that is the gift that God gave them, right? They weren't looking up there at Leo in Orion's belt. They were looking up there at the Hebrew alphabet and receiving messages there. Matter of fact, give me that. um, First Chronicles 12 real quick. Hope y'all ready. We digging a well tonight.
Come.
We're getting in that quarry. We're hewing stones through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushai tonight. Hope y'all ready. It didn't get deep until an hour in. That's how you know we going in tonight. Right? So go ahead.
This is First Chronicles 12 and 32. And of the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times.
Men who had understanding of the times. Hold that, Genesis 1 and 14. Of the children of Issachar, who were known pre-colonially as the Aztecs, which means what? The assembly of time in Hebrew. That's what Aztec means in Hebrew. The assembly of time. Later called the Mexicans, coming from the word mexica, which go back to the Hebrew word mashayak, which means anointed. Those people had understanding of time. Let's see how they did that. Genesis 1.
This is Genesis 1 and 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament.
Let there be lights in the firmament, in the sky. Read on.
In the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night.
To divide what?
The day from the night.
Read on.
And let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and for years.
Signs, seasons, days, years, that's time. So how do you have an understanding of time according to the Bible? You have to know the celestial movements. You have to know about the stars, the sun, the moon, etc. If you're not studying the movements of the celestial bodies that are in what's called the heavens or the firmament, you ain't gonna know the times. So how did they know the times? They knew the stars, the moon, and the sun on an expert level, better than anyone that's ever existed. All right? So go ahead. Back to the Chronicles.
First Chronicles 12 and 32. And of the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times,
read on,
to know what Israel ought to do.
They knew what Israel ought to do. How did they know what Israel ought to do? They saw Orion's belt? No, they saw a message from God in the stars that spelled something out in our Hebrew alphabet, our Paleo-Hebrew pictographical alphabet. They read it, and then they came back and told Israel what Yahweh is telling us. Read on. And that's how they were able to do the great conjugal feats that they were able to accomplish here on this side of the world. And we see this, the remnants in their pyramids and their temples now. Go ahead.
It says, the heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their commandment.
There we go. Let's go back to Genesis 11. All right, where we at? We was at 1 still?
Yeah, we're still at 1.
Most High in Christ. Let's start there at 1. We're going to stop at 2.
This is Genesis chapter 11, verse 1. And the whole earth was of one language.
The whole earth spoke one language. Okay? That language now is identified as the Paleo-Hebrew or the Lashawan Kodash. Read on. And
of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found...
As they did what?
Journeyed from the east.
Journeyed from the east. Now, let's stop there. Okay? Because there's an issue with the translation here. They weren't journeying from the east. Right? Let me turn this back on for you. What we at? Genesis 11. So we're here at verse 2. And it says, journey from the east. As we can see here, it said Nasai, Qadam, which is east. Nasai, Qadam, meaning they journeyed to the east, not from the east. They were journeying eastward. Remember, the ark landed in Mount Ararat, okay, which is up in what you know today as Turkey or Asia Minor, right? That's where the ark landed. So they went down and they started to head eastward. Okay, when they Nasai Qadam or traveled east or journeyed east. Right, so keep going.
It says, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar.
They found a plain in the land of Shinar. Read on.
And they dwelt there.
They found a plain in the land of Shinar. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3. You want me to start?
Verse 3, yeah.
Okay, verse 3.
As I got it.
And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick.
Let us make what?
Brick.
Brick, go ahead.
And burn them thoroughly.
And what?
Burn them thoroughly.
Let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. Read on.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar.
They had brick for stone, and slime for mortar. So we're going to take a look at this word brick. in the Hebrew, and it's Strong's H3843, and it's labana, labana, right tile brick. Aside, quick Hebraic trivia question: labana, what is the root?
Laban.
What does Laban mean?
Doesn't it mean white?
Yes, it does. This brother got hit on the head. To be white, Laban. Here's the question: why is the word for brick white? Right?
Are you asking me that?
Yes, I'm it's rhetorically. I'm asking you rhetorically. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna show y'all something. So these are ziggurats, okay? And this is what the Tower of Babel was. Okay, it wasn't a tower at all. We're gonna get to that in a second. It's a ziggurat. That's what it was. Okay, we're gonna prove that through the spirit and power of Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shai momentarily. But I want to show y'all. Hold on, let me get the good picture so I can show y'all why bricks are called white here. Where's the good picture at? You can kind of see it here, but you can see like these are whitish, like white sand. This is what they're made up of. That's what the bricks are. Okay, that's why they're called white. See, white. That's what Labanah, the bricks. It's what the Tower of Babel is, y'all. Not. We're gonna through the spirit. We plan to dispel so many A lot of people don't understand that. People think that they built a tower, right?
Yeah, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah, number one. Look, when you look up, watch this.
Because when you look it up, it's
Tower of Babel it looks
like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Leaning Tower of Pisa. You notice that? The white man is a devil. So this is how it looks, right? The Tower of Babel. This is what they depicted as. Right, now let's go. The same thing. Yeah, almost, right? The white man is a devil. It's white supremacy, if I ever heard it. No, it wasn't that. Okay, we're gonna show it again through the spirit. But they think that you're led to believe that a group of people built a tower. For one, either one, they wanted to get to God, or two, they thought that if God flooded the earth again, that they would be able to escape it if they got high enough in that tower. Neither of those things are true. Neither of those things are so much as inferred to in the biblical text. These are just things that people made up later. I believe Josephus made that up. Okay? Just like he made up that Abraham taught the Egyptians mathematics.
Yeah.
That's made up. We did contribute things to them. But they had their own knowledge and greatness on their own. Let's not get that twisted. We can't take credit for absolutely everything. We do take credit for a lot because we are responsible for a lot, but not absolutely everything. Teaching them arithmetic, let's be honest here. They knew arithmetic. It's just a part of the human experience to understand that 1 + 1 is 2. Every human can understand it, right? So, back at 3. Oh, okay, so brick. We got that. Labanah, it's called brick because it's white. We just showed you how it's white, right? Go to 4.
Kind of verse 4. It says, and they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven.
A city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. Read on.
Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
So, what is the intention behind this? That they make them a name. So they want to get fame. Right? Let's even take a look at another translation. I believe NLT. Yes, this will make us famous and keep us from being scattered all over the world. Because if we have something that unifies us and something that we could say we're a part of, and we have this one identity, we're not going to be scattered throughout the whole earth because we're going to have something to come back to. Right? Right? This is the intention. This is the motivation behind the builders of the Tower of Babel. Right? So it says, let us build a tower. It's translated as tower. In every translation, it's translated as tower. Okay? But is it a tower? Let's find out. It's the Hebrew word Magadol. Magadol, right? So I'm gonna tell you, it says tower, then it says elevated stage, pulpit, raised bed. These are the interesting things that you have to understand. Magadol. Magadol means with greatness. Ma is with, Gadol is great. Right? This is the Hebrew word Gadol, to grow, become great, or important, promote. So this is just something marvelous or great that they're building. But the key definitions we need to key in here on are elevated stage, pulpit, and raised bed. Because does it look like an elevated stage to you? It looks like an elevated. Don't a stage look like this?
Exactly.
Kind of looks exactly like that, huh? This is what it really is, right? An elevated stage. Looks a lot like an elevated. Watch this. the one I'm thinking about? Not this one. The one in Sanford. The one in at Levi Stadium. This one. Watch this. Which WrestleMania was this? You see this? You see this stage? It's an elevated stage. See the rampway? It's elevated. You see that? You see this elevated stage? See this? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is how this stuff looks. An elevated stage. Or a raised bed. Remember that. Right? So, watch this. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So let's go here. This is the actual Tower of Babel, y'all. It's called Itamanaki. Itamanaki, the Tower of Babel. Okay? Okay. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I even go there, Salaki, let's go here first. I'm gonna jump the gun. Okay. So look, ziggurat, right? To build on a raised area. That's what the definition of ziggurat is. A raised. What does the Bible say? Elevated stage, raised bed, raised area. Sound familiar? Okay. It's a type of massive stone structure built in ancient Mesopotamia. It has the form of a terraced compound of successfully receding stories or levels. Notable ziggurats include the Great Ziggurat of Nasiriyah, the Ziggurat of Akhwar Kuf near Baghdad, and now destroyed in Tamanaki in Babylon. It's the tower. It's right here. You know, it's crazy because, you know, in all praise to Yahweh Shem Yahushua, because it's a beautiful thing that. Give me the earth help the woman real quick. Let's just go there. We really going, like I said, we digging wells, we quarrying rocks. We doing all that tonight. Because that's the purpose of that we want to really go into for this Tuesday night class, so we could really edify. Like really edify. So go here.
Is that Revelation 12?
Believe so.
And the Revelation 12, 16.
Flood,
Yeah. And the earth helped the woman.
The earth helped the woman. The earth, part of the earth helping the woman being Israel, when you contextually analyze that chapter, is in partially how the earth helps the woman, is the archaeological evidence that's being unearthed that substantiates the Bible and validates the Bible, and also validates blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians as being the descendants of the Hebrew Israelites. Those things are how the earth helps the woman in an aspect. The earth also helps the woman in other aspects, but this is the aspect I want to highlight because this is what we're talking about, right? The now destroyed Itamanaki in Babylon is the Tower of Babel. All right, we're gonna go into it. So watch this. There's some certain things I want to highlight for sure. Okay, so it says, let's start a discussion of Itamanaki with some remarks about the biblical story. The Hebrew word Babel, confusion, is often used for Babylon, but this is not sufficient to prove the identification of the tower with a monument in this big city. Fortunately, the story contains a second geographical clue. The tower was The tower was erected on a plain in the land of Shinar. This country is known from other books in the Bible and is translated as Babylonia in the Septuagint. So there is nothing that keeps us from identifying the biblical building with the monument in ancient Babylon. This must be the building, Itamanaki, the house of the foundation of heaven on earth. This is what they called it in the Babylonian tongue. We called it the Tower of Babel. They called it the house of the foundation of heaven on earth. See, this is what they were trying to build. When it says here in 11 and 4, let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. What did they call it? The house of the foundation of heaven on earth. Right? Put that there. Make sure we're good. Okay. A giant mountain of bricks and tiles with on top a temple for the god Marduk. He had a second temple in the neighborhood, as Gilead, or as Gila, right? So Marduk or Marduk or Merodach, depending on what what transliteration you're dealing with, is the Babylonian deity. That Babylonian deity is fashioned after the founder of the Tower of Babel, a guy by the name of Nimrod. That's basically who it is. That's who it's fashioned after, right? So reading on, it says that the ancient Babylonian called these brick mountains a ziggurat, which can be translated as a rising building. Again, so like you. Going right back here. Elevated stage, raised bed. This type of temple tower is the Oriental equivalent of the Egyptian pyramid, and just as old, although there are two differences. The ziggurat was not a tomb, and ziggurats were built well into the Seleucid age, whereas the pyramids came to an end after, this is all up for debate. Ziggurats played a role in the cults of many cities in ancient Mesopotamia. Archaeologists have discovered 19 of these buildings in 16 cities. The existence of another 10 is known from literary sources. It says that Timonaki was among the largest of these and the most important. According to the Babylonian creation epic, the Enuma Elish, the god Marduk, which is just a mythological version of the man Nimrod that we read about in the Bible. Matter of fact, give me about Nimrod in Genesis. I believe it's just in the 10th chapter.
Yeah, I'm right.
Right here, go ahead.
There's Genesis 10 and 8. Mm-hmm. And Cush begat Nimrod.
So Nimrod was an Ethiopian. Okay, so you can understand. That's who he was. That's who the people, the ruling class of Babylon, though you had an amalgamation of all nations, the ruling class of Babylon were Cushites, were Egyptian, Somalian, Eritreans. That's who they were. So the people you see today who call themselves Habesha, Ethiopian, Eritrean, Somalian, those people ruled this ancient, wicked, evil society that the white man patterns his society off of now. He patterns almost everything he does off the Hamites, off of the Cushites, the Mizraimites, or the Canaanites. Almost everything he does. Or after us, Israel. So black people. He just serial steals and copies everything off of people of color. Go ahead.
And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth.
He began that mighty one in the earth. So they mythologized him through the deity known as Merodach. Some mythologize him through Baal. But all of the pagan religions of, the pantheons, the conceptions, the mythologies of all the nations come from him and the foundation that he set ideologically there in Babylon. Because after the scattering, that's when people took bits and pieces and they began to adapt it pursuant to how they saw fit to their culture and their perspective. And that's why you see so many similarities between the various quote-unquote religions of the earth, right? So we're going to take a look at a little bit of that now. Now it says okay, so it says according to the Babylonian creation epic, the Enuma Elish, the god Marduk, defended the other gods against the diabolical monster Tiamat. So I believe that's like really talking about the Most High. Like they're trying to demonize the El Shaddai, the Most High, as Tiamat here. He's the diabolical monster, because that's how they looked at Yahweh, because of the judgment that he would bring to them. After he had killed it, he brought order to the cosmos, built the Esagila, however you say it, which was the center of the new world, and created mankind. Right, this is all post-flood essentially. This is what the mythological version of what actually happened was to the Babylonian perspective, the Cushite perspective. The Itimonaki was next of the Asaglia, and this means that the temple tower was erected at the center of the world as the axis of the universe. So Babylon was the center of this post-flood world, and the axis of the universe, of course, is this tower that they built, or this ziggurat that they built, more accurately, right? It says, here's a straight line connected. Here a straight line connected earth and heaven. This aspect of Babylonian cosmology is echoed in the biblical story where the builders say, let us build a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. So that's what it was. Not that they wanted to get to God, not that they wanted to build something so high that they can go and hide there if the earth flooded again and they would be able to escape it. That wasn't their motivation at all. Their motivation was to put themselves on the map. Period. Right? Continuing on, it says, the best description of the monumental tower can be found in a cuneiform tablet from Uruk, written in 229 BCE. It is a copy of an older text and is now in the Louvre in Paris. Y'all know the famous Louvre, the Parisian Historical Museum. That's where this information is now being held. And it reads, it states that the tower was made up of 7 terraces, and it gives the height of the 7 stocks 91 meters in all. The ground floor measured 91 by 91 meters, and this is confirmed by archaeological excavations conducted by Robert Caldwell after 1913, right? So this thing, that's the first floor, is 91 meters, mind y'all. So I think overall it's like 92 or something like that meters, something to that effect. Now 92 meters translates to about 300 feet, okay? So I looked up how long is 300 feet, what does it correspond? Literally this tower was as big as the Statue of Liberty and Big Ben. Y'all know Big Ben, that tower in London. It literally was that big. So a structure of that height during that period in time, of course, and even in this period of time, are marvelous feats. So certainly, this clearly, all the evidence points to this actually being the Tower of Babel, y'all. It's very, very important to know this information, because all of this works cohesively with validating the scriptures. And we just need to know what's in general. We need to know our history. We need to know what we're talking about in the Bible. We need to be able to reference not only structures and locations and historical things that extra biblical sources can verify, but it's just amazing information when you really think about it. So there was a structure that was built that was the size of the Statue of Liberty of Big Ben, and it was a ziggurat, right? And it's called Itamanaki, and that it's written about in the Bible. It's called the Tower of Babel, right? Continuing on, it says large stairs were discovered at the south side of the building, where a triple gate connected the Itamanaki with Asilgia. A larger gate in the east connected it, etc., etc. Okay, so it says on the highest terrace was a temple dedicated to the Babylonian supreme god Marduk. The Louvre tablet again offers information. There were several cult rooms. Marduk shared his room with his wife, Sarpenitum. A second room offered accommodation to the scribe god Nabu, which is where you get Nebuchadnezzar from, which is why when you deal with Nebuchadnezzar, which we've gone into it before, Nabu dealt with like paperwork. He was like the god of paperwork and things of that nature, which is why Esau extols it so much, because he's patterned himself after Nebuchadnezzar. And his wife, so it says it's patterned, or Salakia, Nabu and his wife Tashmetu, and there were rooms for the water god Ea, the god of light, Nusku, the god of heaven, Anu, and finally Enlil, Marduk's predecessor, a chief of the Mesopotamian pantheon. A seventh room was called the House of the Bed and contained a bed. Wait a minute. What is this? A raised bed. So in one of these floors, there was a bed. Ain't that a raised bed? The House of the Bed, and contained a bed and a throne. A second bed was on the inner court of the temple on the highest platform of the Itamanaki. So we have beds there raised. Wait, on the highest platform, there was a second bed was on the inner court of the temple on the highest platform. A raised bed. See that? That's how we know what this is. All praise Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, man. He's revealing this. But you never, if you go to that church next door where that Negro's lying to people. You'll never know any of this. And this is important to know. So it says, finally, there must have been stairs on the roof. It is possible the famous Babylonian astronomers, the Chaldeans, did their observations at the topmost level of the building. I can see that. Certainly. Look at it. This is like a reconstruction. But they have, let me go back. See, this is a real one. Let's go back. Hold on. I want to go back here. There you can see, like, these are real things they've discovered. These are marvelous structures. But when you even think about it, like, these trump the pyramids, bar none. This is why, like, when Yo. Well, how did he get in here? Madness.
They still can't hear.
It'll come right back. It's a little delay. When did they? What is the last thing they heard me talking about?
Let me ask.
What is this? How did this thing get in here? The door ain't been open or nothing. I'm about to catch cuz.
We good now, the same.
We good? What's the last thing they heard?
I just asked. Okay. They're saying, I don't know still. What's the last thing y'all heard?
This nigga better not post up the strangers. I'm about to kill this nigga.
Right there too. Oh. What's the last thing y'all heard, family? We need to know.
Black power, family. Got it. Oh, praise.
The bed.
Got it. You said what?
The bed.
The raised bed.
The raised bed, yeah.
The raised bed. So they got that. So now we're moving ahead. We're moving ahead in our action. Okay, so it says the Itamanaki is mentioned for the first time in the annals of Assyrian king Sennacherib. We know him from the Bible, who claims that he destroyed the tower of his Babylonian enemies in 689 BCE. Excuse me. So he allegedly is taking credit for destroying it because this thing is in ruins. Okay, now mind y'all, if we look in Genesis 11, it doesn't say that they destroyed the temple or destroyed the tower. That's never said in Genesis 11, which we're going to read down on in a moment. But it's in ruins. Like they discovered it and they discovered it tore down. But we're going to, so Sennacherib starts taking credit for it. But which lets us know what it's an important monument. And it's such an important monument that as we're going to see Sennacherib along with others falsely take credit for destroying it. Right? So it's 689 BCE. Now watch this. Although he certainly sacked Babylon, it's impossible that his looting soldiers destroyed the Itamanaki. So it's impossible that he is responsible for its destruction, but he took credit for it, which shows you the importance of this structure. Shows you that. And of course, it's in the Bible, Tower of Babel. Many people, so many people know about that. They ain't picked up the Bible know about the story. Surely know a distorted version of it, but they know about it, right? It says the wholesale destruction of large-scale structures is the prerogative of the modern age. Ancient armies were incapable of destroying a large building. Meaning prerogative of the modern age, meaning you need like projectile bombs to really take a structure. Like, where we at? Look at this. How you gonna take this down with primitive?
With a sword.
With a sword, with flaming arrows. Of course, in combat between human beings, certainly very effective. But taking a structure that is fortified on this level down with the weaponry that was available during those technological ages, it's not happening, right? Reading on though. The fact that Sennacherib could send an army against Itamanaki proves that it was older, right? Older than 689. And it would be remarkable if it was not at least by 1,000 years. So they're dating this at the earliest 1700 BCE. That's the earliest. I would date it much even older than that. During the reign of King Hammurabi, Babylonia was the leading power of Mesopotamia. In his age, there were ziggurats in lesser towns like Qatara, Assur, Sippar, Kish, Barsippa, Nippur, Uruk, Larsa, which we're reading about, and Eridu. It would be very strange if the capital of the world would be the only city without a ziggurat. Meaning what? This is at least over 1,000 years old. Older than 689. So that would date it at what? Over 4,000 years old from now. Okay? It may be noted that the creation, now watch this, it may be noted that the creation, epic Enumera-Elish, with its reference to the building, which is the Tower of Babel, had already been written. So at 1792, the Enumera-Elish was already written. So it's older than even 1792. So it's well over this structure, the Tower of Babel, or Itamanaki, is well over 4,000 years old. So like, I need a drink. Anyway, so it says, after Sennacherib, you got something?
I'm just replying to this dude.
It's a problem or scoffer?
Yeah.
What they scoffing about?
Tekashi 6ix9ine going to prison for 25 to life.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not funny.
Laughing about your brother, whether you like him or not, who just had a young child, facing life in jail is. I don't see that as a laughing matter. I truly see laughing at that as distasteful. But moving on. After Sennacherib, Ashuradan was king of Assyria. He allowed the Babylonians to rebuild their city. Another construction phase may have been after the war between the Assyrian king Ashur-bin-Apal and his brother Samashim-Okun, the viceroy of Babylon. Right? So it seems like what happened was this thing kept getting destroyed, and then they kept trying to rebuild it, and then they never fully successfully rebuilt it. That's what we're going to, this is the first implication of it, but as we keep reading on to the history, you're going to keep seeing it. It says, when Babylonia became independent from Nabopolassar, there was a renewed building activity, and finally King Nebuchadnezzar is recorded as one of the builders. So Nebuchadnezzar was trying to rebuild the Tower of Babel. He finished the temple at the top, which was covered with a roof of cedars from Lebanon. The two last kings have boasted that the tower reached unto heaven. So what happened is this thing got destroyed. Then Nebuchadnezzar rebuilt it, right? Then it says the building, but then we know what happened to Nebuchadnezzar, right? That was part of the Most High had elevated Nebuchadnezzar to the sovereign ruler pretty much over the whole earth. But then he let it go to his head. That's when he built that image for himself. And part of what he did was actually rebuild the Tower of Babel. It seems in history. The building history suggests that the Babylonians were occupied with the construction of the tower for over a century. So they kept trying to rebuild this thing for 100 years or more than 100 years. It is possible that the ambitious design of the tower, 92 by 92 by 92 meters. This is, again, the Statue of Liberty in length, height, and depth. Imagine that. Conceptualize that. Was too grandiose, so that they needed as much time for their project as the medieval builders of the European cathedrals. So they needed a long time, and of course, they weren't as equipped as they were at the onset of the construction of the tower, because of the scattering of the people, etc. For a long time, the tower must have looked unfinished, and this may explain how the biblical story came into being. It is certainly possible that the sanctuary was never finished at all. Moving on, it says, the Persian king Xerxes, this was 486 to 465, has often been blamed for the destruction of its monarchy. During his reign, there were indeed 2 revolts, and Herodotus states that Xerxes took away a large statue of a man from the Esaglia some 6 centuries later. The historian Arian of Nicodemia, the author of an important book on Alexander the Great, expanded this last piece of information to remark about the destruction of its monarchy. After all, Arian had to explain why Alexander started to rebuild the monument that was by then known as the Tomb of Belus. This is important. We know that the Most High God, he gave a vision, a dream, to Nebuchadnezzar, right? A dream that none of his wise men, his sorcerers, his soothsayers, his astronomers or astrologers rather, none of them, his monthly prognosticators, none of them could interpret the dream. The Most High raised up a mighty young prophet of the tribe of Judah named Daniel, Allah in the Hebrew, raised him up, and he gave the breakdown of the dream to King Nebuchadnezzar. And that dream was of the 4 kingdoms that would have reign on the earth before the kingdom of Israel's return through Hamashiach Yahushua. He told us it would be Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians, then would be the Medo-Persians, then would be the Greeks, then would be the Romans. As we see, 2 of the 3 attempted to rebuild the Tower of Babel that goes all the way back to Genesis. 2 of the 3 attempted to rebuild. I find that very interesting because they're trying to build this wicked, just totally anti-Most High and total self-promotion and propulsion monument. So as we see, Nebuchadnezzar and Alexander both attempt to rebuild this thing, right? So it says Alexander started to rebuild the monument that was by then known as the Tomb of Belus. By his story, but his story cannot be true. Allegedly, they're saying the story cannot be true. The continuous cult at the Esaglia and its monarchy is mentioned in cuneiform sources from the 5th and 4th century and is confirmed by Herodotus, whatever his merits. So, who states the Temple of Bel. So he thinks because he changed the name to Tomb of Belus, the English guy called it Tomb of Belus instead of Temple of Bel. They think it can't be true based off of that. That's stupid. See, some of the stuff you have to just dismiss the arrogancy of some of these quote unquote scholars and historians. You just have to, right? It makes sense. The truth must be by the time of Alexander, the ziggurat had fallen into disrepair. Okay, buildings made of brick easily fall apart and need permanent care in the hot climate of the Near East. There is one badly damaged source quoted here that suggests that the Persian king Artaxerxes IV had already decided to restore Selaga and the Etemonarchy. You see that? So we have sources that say, like I was just going into, you stepped away, but of the 4, we know we got Babylon, Medo-Persia, and Greece. They all attempted to rebuild this tower, the Tower of Babel. Had already decided to restore Selaga and Etemonarchy, behaving like a Babylonian king was supposed to do. Alexander ordered 10,000 soldiers to remove the remains of the old building. Over a period of 2 months, from April and May of 323 BCE, tiles and bricks were brought to the eastern part of the city. So here's another source that is substantiating that Alexander did try to rebuild this along with Artaxerxes, right? So all of these kingdoms were trying to rebuild this tower. Very interesting. This time the tower was not destroyed by an army looking for loot. It was systematically an attempt to clear the building ground. So basically he started to take it apart systemically to rebuild it. This was the desire of Alexander. Then it says, although the site was now cleared, the tower was never rebuilt as Alexander planned. Why? Because on June 11th, Alexander died. The Most High set these guys up, and every time they attempted to rebuild this tower, they failed.
Well, yeah.
Every time. Because the Most High was so adamantly and vehemently against the construction of this tower. Go ahead.
I literally went to my Bible and turned right to it. That reminds me of whereas Edom said we'll return and build the desolate places. They thus saith Yahweh of hosts, they shall build, but I'll throw down.
They keep trying to rebuild the tower. Babylon does it. Persians do it. Look, because it says here, if we go up earlier, Xerxes, 486 to 465, he wants to get credit for destroying it. But when Artaxerxes comes on the scene, 338 to 336, he trying to rebuild it. Then 10 years later, 12 years later, when Alexander is on the scene after he's already conquered the earth, he wants to rebuild it. The Most High puts this nigga to death.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is, so in short, as we see, every time they do it, it's right towards the end of their reign. That's like the last straw, Most High taking them out.
Yeah.
He don't want this tower rebuilt. He don't want it.
Yeah, that's cool.
He's always been against it.
Yeah.
Right? So, then it says civil war broke out with his general, between his generals, Daniel, Daniel 11. The Didachi. During the next years, Babylon saw several armies, and it lasted until 309, until peace conditions were restored by Seleucus Nicator. However, he founded another capital for the new Seleucid Empire, Seleucia. Babylon was never restored to its old status, and that meant the end of attempts to rebuild Itimanaki. Although one scribe in Uruk was still hoping for its reconstruction, and wrote the Louvre tablet, the insignia remained intact well into the 1st century BCE, probably even later. But pretty much all of it is in ruins now. Where is it? See, look, y'all. I want to show y'all. This is it. This is where the Tower of Babel was. It's totally destroyed. Salakia. Okay, so it says in the 19th century, the real Itimanaki was rediscovered by the native Arab. Well, they're not native, but the Arab population. The Cushites are actually native to this area. People of the nearby village wanted to create a palm garden and discovered ancient bricks. When they lowered the groundwater level, German engineers understood the significance, and in 1913, Robert Caldwell started the excavation of the Itimanaki. Today, only 4 channels can be seen. The rest of the site is overgrown with weed, and a satellite photo can be found here. Let's take a look. So this is all you can see of what's left of it here. This is all that's left of it. But imagine it as a huge structure that took up much of this land you see. But it's literally, this is what's left of it. But most of it's just totally overgrown. This greenery, totally overgrown it. But there's enough of it for them to say it, and there's enough corresponding historical documents to attest to its existence and its importance, along with the Bible. So it is what it is. But I wanted to really, kind of go into that. The spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. It's important to understand these things as our history, right? But let's go back to Genesis 11. Let's start at 5 and read all the way down to 28.
This is Genesis 11:5. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And Yahweh said, behold, the people is one.
The people is one. Everyone's united in this place. Read.
The people is one, and they have all one language.
They all are talking the same language. They all know how to communicate with each other. They're unified. Read.
And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do.
Keep going.
Verse 7. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language.
So everyone's together, and they all have a common goal. They all speak the same language. They communicate effectively. They understand one another. And God hates it. He can't stand it. He doesn't want it. He dislikes it so much. He says, what? Read it again.
He says, go to, let us go down, and there confound their language.
He commands the spirits at his, at his council, the angels, the demons, confound their language. Break this thing up. Put an absolute end to this. Immediately. Again.
Read it again. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language.
Confound their language. I don't like these people being together. I don't want them to be able to effectively communicate with one another. We have to understand what the Most High is doing and why He's doing it. He intends for people to be separate. He's a separatist. He's a racist. And this is one of the coldest and clearest examples of such a thing. Verbatim plain in the Bible. Everyone is together like they are telling us we should be now. Like America has been pushing the ideology of, of recent times. Everyone just needs to be together and understand each other and communicate. We just need to have just no borders. And we need to just be one people and one language. Except this is what they are striving for now. It's a new world order. But it's not a new world order. It's the old world order. The order of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
It's the same order. And the Most High said, not so. Go ahead.
I want to say, what is it? I can't remember what the Latin is on the back of the $1 bill. I want to.
E pluribus unum.
Yeah. What is that?
Pluribus unum. Something one.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
I'm sorry. Just not the sidebar, but brothers and sisters keep asking about mushrooms in the chat. Don't eat mushrooms. Not the ones that get you high. Not the ones you put on a pizza pie.
Yeah, they're not good. They're not good for you. Okay.
Oh well. So looks like there's a Sicarii basher in the comment board.
Oh, Sicarii basher. We got a Sicarii basher.
All right, he's gone. Let me look at the back of the bill.
What?
I'm trying to find what the words mean.
So like it says, in God we trust. Hold on. Where's the other one at? So got all kind of Latin here. Where is he? Is that on a dollar bill? He put this on him? There's some Mandela effect here going on. I don't know if that's on. I don't see it.
Yeah, so like it's. I'm probably tripping. My fault.
It's somewhere though. Where is it at?
Is it on the? Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Oh, here we go. E pluribus unum.
That's on the $5 bill.
It's on the
Out of many.
Out of many, one. The motto of the U.S. Out of many, one. So that's what it means. So basically, that's what we say. Out of many, out of all these many people, out of these Hamites, these Shemites, and these Japhites, we are one people here. So go back to that in Genesis.
Yeah, okay. Genesis 11 and 8. I'm going to read verse 7 again. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language.
The Most High does not want out of many one here. He wants the people of Ham, Shem, and Japheth separate, right? Because this is who we're dealing with now. We're not dealing with all these other nations, Elam and Ishmael and Israel and Cush. We're dealing with Ham, Shem, and Japheth right now. Okay, this is the period of separation we're in. And there'll be further separations. But right now, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. We could just chalk it up to that. Go ahead.
Khan. That they may not understand one another's speech.
He doesn't want these people to understand each other. Read on.
So Yahweh will scatter them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth.
So through whatever mechanism, it's not elaborated in depth, but through whatever mechanism, these people started speaking different languages and started moving throughout the earth. I hypothesized that what occurred was discord was sowed amongst the peoples. They began to have disagreements and they began to separate from each other through discord. The Most High assigning demons to go and influence them, as well as angels to influence war and conflict between them and fight on a spiritual level for them, etc. When you understand how deception and how demons work and how angels work and the spiritual world and the battles that go on there, when you understand those things, you understand that's likely, or I would conclude and hypothesize that likely is what took place in order for the Most High's purpose to be accomplished, like every other time the Most High wants his purpose to be accomplished. And his purpose was that these people not be together, not understand each other, and they began to be scattered throughout the face of the earth. Okay? So go ahead.
It says, so Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city.
All right? They stopped building this. They stopped building it. They were done with it. They went on to build their own stuff. Go ahead.
It says, therefore is the name of it called Babel.
They call it what?
Babel.
Babel. And it's called that to this day. Babel. Read.
Come.
Which in Hebrew just means confusion. Because it was that place that the confusion started. The languages were confused. The people were confused. And they separated from each other. At that place. Go ahead.
Come.
And this is the new Babylon. Because we see the same doctrines. The same ideology that we read about here. Read about there in Genesis 11 is here in America. That's how we know it's Babylon. One of the clear indications. Read.
Come. It says, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth.
That's right.
And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
So from thence, so we have different languages. So you have the Hebrew language now, which is the language of all. So you have similarities between the Hebrew language and certain other languages, and this is simply chalked up to what? That they were all speaking it. So how the tongues begin to get separate is different dialects began to start popping up of these people who used to speak this language. So, that's what happened. Different dialects began to be utilized. The same way now. You go anywhere, even in any language that's spoken. There's different dialects regionally and amongst, different people groups that speak the same language. The Spanish that's spoken in the Latin world is not the Spanish that's spoken in Spain. The Spanish that's spoken in Mexico is not the Spanish that's spoken in Puerto Rico. The English that's spoken in California it's not the English that's spoken in New York or the South. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's what happened. Okay? And then eventually that evolves into its own language entirely. You see what I'm saying? This is how it works. But you have certain languages that still remain close. When you deal with the Hebrew, Arabic is close. Amharic, which is the language of the Cushites, is close. The Sanskrit, the language of the East Indians, is also close. And the language of the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, is also close as well. So just so y'all can understand that, but keep going.
It says, verse 10, these are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad.
So now we're dealing with the lineage of Shem and the separation in the line of Shem. We already know, as we already read in Genesis 9, the Most High is choosing to deal with and be the God of Shem. So the chosen lineage is coming through Shem, right? So Shem has Arphaxad. Read.
And begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. Mm-hmm. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters.
Had a lot of children, but this line is coming through Arphaxad. Here's what we have to understand. Every single person that may be born of a particular individual in the Bible may not be mentioned. But the key people are mentioned. Why? Because it's giving us the theme of a chosen lineage, and here are the important people in this lineage that are passing this lineage on to get to whoever we're trying to get to, right? So Shem, he begat sons and daughters, but the principal, the heir, is Arphaxad, and through Arphaxad comes the chosen lineage of Shem. Read on.
And Arphaxad lived 5 and 30 years and begat Salah.
That's right, 5 and 30. When he was 35 years old, he had a son. He called that son Salah. Right? Read on.
And Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters.
He had plenty of children. So there were plenty of people on the earth during this time. This is what we have to understand. What it's telling us there, these people were living long lives, and over the course of long lives, they were having plenty of kids. That's what that means. You mean to tell me a nigga living I'm 28. I got 2 kids. If you gave me another 400 years, do you understand the level of reproduction I would do in 400 years? Exponential. Because God commanded me to be fruitful and multiply.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So exponential reproduction I'll be doing. Period. Go ahead.
It says, verse 14, and Salah lived 30 years and begat Eber.
That's right. And begat who?
Eber.
This is an important guy, guys. Because this is why we're called Hebrews. This guy, I know you heard they're called Hebrews because they crossed up. No. We're called Hebrews because of this dude, Eber or Ibar in the Hebrew. This is where we're called. This is the reason we're called this. He is an ancestor of Abraham, and this people group was named after him, which is why Abraham is called a Hebrew. He's the first person recognized as a Hebrew, right? The same way when you go to the book of Maccabees, we call them the Maccabees now. Only one of them was called a Maccabee then. They were called at that time the Hasmonean dynasty. Why were they called the Hasmonean dynasties? Because one of the great grandparents of Mattathias, the patriarch of that family, was named Hasmoneh or something like that. And because of him, they called their family after that. That's what it's about. You don't call your family after you. You call your family after one of your great ancestors or predecessors. Otherwise, you'd be a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just name this after me. No, we don't. You got a great-great-granddad that was great that you want to call yourself after? Do that. So that's where you get Hebrew from this guy here. Go ahead.
It says, and Salah lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters.
Plenty of kids. Go ahead.
And Eber lived 430 years.
That's how the Most High just had the earth just getting populated. But what's interesting is, if you take a look at the population of the earth today, and you track it all the way back 5,000 years to when the flood ended, here's what you find out. You track back to 8 people. The population growth of the earth, the pace literally lines up perfectly, mathematically, to 8 people 5,000 years ago. Keep that in mind. Go ahead. You have something? Who else? Who is it? Ikaron? Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Barakathan Tawada Ikaron. Go ahead.
Okay. This is Genesis chapter 11, verse 17 or 16. And Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg.
Mm-hmm.
And Eber lived
Peleg, not the guy we debated, not that imposter. Eber begets Peleg. Okay, these are important guys because you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, you don't know who Eber is. Eber is why you call yourself a Hebrew. Okay. Peleg is the son of Eber. Read.
And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years. Mm-hmm. That Eber is Hebrew 400. And begat sons and daughters. And Peleg.
Those would be Hebrews.
Yeah.
Those sons and daughters that Eber has, in Peleg, the principal of them, that's who the Hebrews are. Okay, so remember, Hebrews is exclusive, but it's not entirely exclusive because there's plenty of Hebrews. Hebrew is not even a nation. Okay, Hebrew is like more so like an ethnic, a greater ethnic family, so to speak. So go ahead.
It says, and Peleg lived 30 years and begat Ru. And Peleg lived after he begat Ru.
Here comes after Peleg begat Ru. Read on.
And Ru lived 230 years and begat Serug.
Here comes Serug. Go ahead.
And Ru lived after he begat Serug 207 years.
You see, life is getting shorter. Them niggas was just 500. Then them niggas was 400. Now them niggas is 200. Most High cutting that down, right? Eventually he gonna cut it down to 120 soon enough. Somebody else?
Kind of brother RZL.
Oh, RZL, man, always. Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatah Tawada, always supporting. Big up to that, brother. Go ahead.
It says, and Ru lived after he begat Serug 207 years.
Right. And so as you see that, life is getting cut down. Go ahead.
It says, and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor.
And here's Nahor. Right. So we go from Eber to Peleg to Ru to Saru. Right. Now here's Nahor. Read on.
And Nahor,
these are Hebrews we're reading about. Go ahead.
And Nahor lived 9 and 20 years and begat Terah.
Go. Here comes Terah. Y'all know who Terah is? If you don't, it's all right. We're going to tell you. Read.
And Nahor lived after he begat Terah in 119
years.
Niggas
is getting young, huh? Yeah. Now he less than 200, right? Because he begat Terah at 29. Then he lived to be how old?
Nahor lived 119 years.
119. So we're looking at less than 150 years of life. We was just talking about niggas living 500.
Yeah.
He's down to 150. Yeah. Go ahead.
It says, and Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram.
Who begat who?
Abram.
So Abram the Hebrew, here he is. So all these guys we named about are how we exist. Noah had Shem, right? That goes all the way down to Eber. I want to say, what was it? Shem, Arphaxad. Well, who came after Arphaxad?
No, Salah.
Salah. Then Eber.
Yeah.
Then Eber. So that's where Hebrew
then
comes
Peleg.
from. So then comes Peleg. Then comes Ru. Then comes Saru. Then comes Nahor. Then comes Terah. Now here's Abraham. These are our foreparents as well. We don't talk about our pre-Abrahamic forefathers all that much, but these are our forefathers. These were Shemites, then later Hebrews, as the line progressed. This has to be understood. There are other Shemitic people as well, y'all. Okay? Elam and other people. But we focusing on us. So now here comes Abram. This is our great forefather. This is the forefather of the faith. These are the men that were his predecessors. Okay, qualified him as a Shemite, put him in the lineage of the chosen one, of the one that the Most High said he would choose out of the tents of Shem. Here comes Abram. Go ahead.
And now these are the generations of Terah.
Uh-huh.
Terah begat Abraham. Well, at this time, Abram.
Where you at?
27.
Okay.
Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran.
He begat Abraham or Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Read on.
And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah.
Y'all know Lot. We know about Lot. We're going to get to his story. Lot. He's Abram's little nephew. Go ahead.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees.
Our brother Haran, he died a young death. Go ahead.
That's 28.
That's 28. So now, it said in where?
In the land of the Chaldees.
In Ur of the Chaldees. This is important. Ur of the Chaldees, because we have to understand the Chaldees are ancient Cushitic people, the people who built Babylon. Our people, the Hebrews, we were still in the area, right? We didn't go too far from the tower. We're now in Ur of the Chaldees. So the reason why it's called Ur, this is what has to be understood. Strong's H 218, Ur, flame, right? A city in southern Babylon, city of the Chaldeans, center of moon worship, home of Abraham's father Terah, and departure point for Abraham's migration to Mesopotamia and Canaan, right? So it's Ur of the Chaldees. There is a center of moon worship. We're going to go to the etymology, a war, flame, light of fire, right? It's going to take us here to Strong's 215. Now notice, here's the thing about this modernized Hebrew. Notice there's a vowel point here, right? Which is not in the Paleo. You see how this word is? Ah, wa, ra, all right? Or the aleph, the vav, and the resh, as they call it. As we go here, it's the exact same word. And the exact same word. And it means to become light, light shine, to become day, to give light of sun, moon, stars, to illuminate. So you get stuff, the concept, the Illuminati, etc. from, because they called it Ur, because there they worshipped the lights of heaven or sun, moon, and stars. They were into that. They deified those things. The same way that your Illuminati of nowadays deifies these same things. All right, so I wanted to kind of go into that. It's for a historical purpose, we can understand. But the word of war on its own is not bad. Light is not bad. It's used in positive context, but they also use it in idolatry and negative context. All right, so let's continue at 29. We keep going down.
Go to verse 29.
Yeah, well, we're gonna read to the end. We're going all the way to the end of chapter 15. So go ahead.
Okay. And Haran died. Sorry, in verse 29. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abraham's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren; she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran.
Okay.
We're at chapter 12 now.
Go to chapter 12. Go ahead from the top.
This is Genesis 12 and 1. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee.
So, we have here Abram, as he's known, Abraham. right? But he's known as Abram at this time.
Mm-hmm.
He's being instructed by Yahweh. Yahweh, appears to him, through a medium, of course, and instructs him, get the hell away from your people. Leave your country and leave your people. I'm going to show you a place that you've never been before, right? So why is that? Let's find out. Go ahead, get that.
Just turn right to the page. Joshua 24:2. And Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith Yahweh of Israel, Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachor, and they served other gods.
They served what?
Other gods.
Other gods. So the reason why the Most High wanted to get Abram away from his people is because they served the gods of Ur the Chaldees.
Okay.
They served the stars, the moon, and the sun. He wanted to get him the hell away from that.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to show him.
Okay.
God, Yahweh shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Right?
Okay.
So Abram is this chosen one of Shem that Yahweh wants to show himself where he dwells at. So he has separated him from his other kindred. Go ahead.
This is 2nd Ezra chapter 3 verse, I'm just getting to the point, verse 12. And it happened that when they that dwelt upon the earth began to multiply, this is after the flood, and had gotten them many children, and were a great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Than people before the flood. But watch this. Now when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man. I'm reading again. Thou didst choose thee a man from among them, whose name was Abraham.
Chose this man of the line of Shem, who he said he would choose.
Him thou lovest, and unto him only thou showest thy will.
Only to him. At that time, the Most High was dealing. He wasn't even dealing with a group of people like that. He was dealing with one guy. Abram, our forefather, man. It's a big deal. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me go here real quick.
Oh my God, we really got a Jaffa on here somehow.
Well, the Usos on here.
The
He's
Uso.
back. What's his name?
Dream Space.
Yeah, that nigga's always on here. Kefela Ufa, Susupoki.
Ufa Kefe.
Where we at? Isaiah 51:1. Hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek Yahweh, look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Right? So it's going to tell us who the rock and who the pit is. Look unto Abraham, your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. So the rock is Abraham, and the pit is Sarah, of course, because, you're dug out of the womb. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. So we're supposed to look to the faith and the righteousness through faith and works of Abraham as an example. He's a rock that we're hewn from, right? Go ahead.
This is just another precept real quick. Genesis, or it's like Sirach 44:19. Abraham was a great father of many people, and glory was there none like unto him, who kept the law of the Most High, and was in covenant with him. He established the covenant in his flesh, and when he was proved, he was found faithful. Just going to, there was none like him. He chose Abraham out of all these people, him dealing with him on a personal level like that.
That's right.
But back to Genesis. This is Genesis chapter 12, verse 2. It says, And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Verse 3.
So who is that great nation? Us. It's talking about us. This is the building blocks to the nation of Israel.
Okay.
So, matter of fact, get that in Acts real quick. I mean, not Acts, Romans 11.
Yeah,
Divine.
Yeah. You want for the first fruit?
Nah, give me the vine.
Okay. Romans chapter 11. Where is that? I'm tripping. It might be in the
Just later.
Yeah, I'm about that. Romans chapter. This is Romans 11 and what the hell? I'm tripping.
Come on, right?
second. So
Look at you.
you say it says the vine?
Mm-hmm. I believe so. I'm not calling that wrong.
So the branches?
Not the branches. So like right here. The root. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's 18.
Yeah, okay. So this is Romans 11, and that's why I want, you want me to just get to 18?
What the root be? Yeah, get 18.
Okay, Romans 11:18. Boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee.
The root bears you. So that's what we have to understand. The root bears us. The root is Abraham, our forefather. The promises that Yahweh made to him are the whole reason why we get any of the stuff that we get. It's the whole reason. It's the whole purpose. So the root is what's bearing us. We're on the shoulders of Abraham right now. And the promises Yahweh made, and being the power of his word, he's going to fulfill. So it's important to understand Abraham and his journeys, and how, he obtained this mercy and these promises on our behalf from our God Yahweh. All right. So go ahead, back to Genesis.
Okay. This is Genesis 12:3. And I'll bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee.
Mm-hmm.
And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
That's right. All families of the earth would either be blessed or cursed. Based on, people always read that. See, look, Jesus is that's not what it's talking about. If they do right by us, the Most High will do right by them. But if they don't, they got something coming for them. And unfortunately for the nations, they've all cursed us. So there is no blessings coming to, and it's not talking about individuals at least. They're talking about nations.
Yeah.
Understand that. So go ahead.
Come. Verse 4. So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him,
Mm-hmm.
and
He
Lot,
got up out of there. Go ahead.
and Lot went with him.
Uh-huh.
And Abram was 75 years old.
So he brought his little nephew Lot, right? Go ahead.
75 years old when he departed out of Haran.
Uh-huh.
And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran,
Mm-hmm.
and they went forth
Who were the souls? They had slaves. They had servants. Okay, so you can understand. Go ahead.
Okay. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. Verse 6. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh,
Mm-hmm.
and a Canaanite was then in the land.
So there in that land where our forefather went, our land, Israel, the Canaanites were there. Okay, go ahead.
And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed will I give this land.
I don't want to get too deep into this particular aspect now, but there's something earlier in Genesis which talks about trees, people, and serpents, etc. This is the replay of that. Okay, so what you have to understand, this is the replay of that. So when you read about in the midst of the garden was the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's Abraham went to Canaan and the Canaanites were there. So here's Abraham, the tree of life, and there's the Canaanites, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. I know that might go over some people's heads, and we have breakdowns on it. And most I will do, we'll go into it also in depth again soon as a refresher. But just to show y'all that's just what the parallels are. All right, there's a parabolic version to, kind of condense the history, not condense the history rather, but the history is so dense that it's parabolically alluded to in the early chapters of Genesis, and it's giving you tons and tons of history in the parable. But as we unfold later in Scripture, things get a little more broader, because it's less history that's being gone over, right? Still a lot, but so we'll go over it later. But go ahead.
Okay. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed will I give this land.
Unto thy seed, he's telling Abram, your offspring are gonna receive this where you at right now. Read.
And there builded he an altar unto Yahweh.
So there he built an altar. So real quick, I want to show y'all what an altar is, because a lot of us have absolutely no clue of what an altar looks like. They've been to church and people get hands laid on them, etc. So this is a Israelite altar. This is how it's commanded to be built, or an altar is. Okay, it has 4 horns always. This is an ancient one they found that's been kind of, eroded. All right, but these are the altars that, the type of altar that Abraham built. This is the altar Joshua built. Okay, so y'all can understand. Go ahead.
Okay. It says, an altar unto Yahweh who appeared unto him, and he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and high on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh.
So he built an altar to Yahweh and began to call upon the name of Yahweh. Read.
Okay. It says, and Abram journeys going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there.
So the famine was in Canaan. So he left Canaan. He went to Egypt, right? Where Josephus says he taught them arithmetic. No, it didn't happen, right? But go ahead.
For the famine was grievous in the land.
It was harsh famine. Most High was jacking them Canaanites up. So Abram had to go into Egypt. Go ahead.
And it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt.
So we're getting ready to get into a controversial tale of our forefathers. We're going to give the correct understanding of it because people have grossly misrepresented this, right? So read on.
That he said unto Sarai his wife, behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon.
Sarah, you fine as hell, right? Go ahead.
Therefore it shall come to pass when the Egyptians shall see thee.
When we get here to run these Egyptians, right? When they see how fine you is, right? Go ahead.
That they shall say, this is his wife.
They're gonna know you're my wife. Read.
And they will kill me, but they will save thee alive.
Our forefather was in fear for his life. He said, this woman is so fine that these heathen Egyptians are going to murder me for your fine ass. All right, I'm just speaking straight. We're reading the Old English, but this is a black man and a black woman we're talking about.
Yeah.
So what we talking about is, girl, you so fine, these niggas gonna kill me.
Right.
Behind you. This is how Abraham perceived the people of Israel. Okay, the Matazariamites. Abraham was not messing with these dudes. He looked at them as cutthroat, as vile, as violent, as heathenistic, and he wasn't entirely wrong for looking at them.
Right.
These people are animals. Okay, they were dealing with vampirism in certain parts of their history, dealing with necrophilia, dealing with pedophilia, dealing with zoophilia, dealing with incest. These people are animals, right? Sick. So Abraham was not sleeping on these niggas. They gonna kill me over you. Read.
It says, say I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake.
So look, baby, we're gonna go in here. We're gonna tell these niggas I'm your brother and you my sister, right? People skip over this part, and they call him a pedophiliac, a pedophile, and somebody who participated in incest, based upon what's later in the story. Number one, they call him a pedophile just predicated upon an assumption that's totally unfounded, which is the age of Sarai. But literally, people who say that Abraham was involved in an incestuous relationship off of them exegeting what he's going to say later, totally not taking into effect that at the onset of this chapter, he tells her, listen, we're going to lie and say you're my sister. But this is just showing Yaquab. Yeah, Jacob is named Yaquab. He's a supplanter. He's a bit of a trickster. He kind of gets over on people. But he got that from his grandpa. It's just clear. Right? So go ahead. Remember the rock in which you were hewn. Yeah. Go ahead.
It says...
to a heathen? Oh, yeah, I'm lying to these niggas. Right. Okay.
And my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass...
Yeah, look, they ain't gonna kill me. Only way for me to get out of this jam is you my sister. Go ahead. And guess what?
I was about to say it's not even really a lie.
Well, yeah, because she is a part of the same kindred people of them, but also our forefather Isaac do the same thing. Go ahead. Later on, which we'll get to, most how on the course of going over this Genesis, right? But go ahead.
And it came to pass that when Abram was coming to Egypt, The Egyptians beheld the woman that she was very fair.
Yeah, they liked it on Sarah. Go ahead. Or Sarai, she was at that time. Go ahead.
The princes also of Pharaoh saw her and commended her before Pharaoh.
They was talking. They would listen before Pharaoh. Listen, she fine. That girl right there. They pointed her out in the crowd. She fine as hell. All right, this your foremother now we talking about. Okay, beautiful woman. Right. Go ahead.
And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he
entreated. Listen, they brought her in that. They took her right out of Abraham's possession, right in the house. She was so fine. Go ahead.
And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen and he asses and men servants and maid servants and she asses and
camels. He came through with all his abundance, right? Go ahead.
Bag.
With the bag, with a real bag.
And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife.
Before the legendary plagues that we hear about at Passover, there were plagues that happened in Egypt prior to that with Abraham. And the reason Yahweh was plaguing Pharaoh's house was because Sarai was in there. Right? A man's wife. Go ahead.
And Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this that thou hast done unto me?
He knew something was up. He knew Abram was to blame. Go ahead.
Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife?
This is your wife, my nigga. What are you doing? You know, why didn't you tell me? This is what Pharaoh was saying. Go ahead.
Why saidst thou she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife.
Go ahead.
Now therefore...
He said, look, I was getting ready to hit on those, bro. Why you lie? Go ahead.
Now therefore, behold, thy wife. Take her and go thy way.
Here's your wife. Get the hell out of here. The God that you serve is plaguing my house and I can't have it.
It's,
go ahead.
This is what it sounds like. It's like almost like a prerequisite for his children.
Yeah.
Going in there and then
certainly, and then get the hell out of here. Same thing. I'm plagued. Leave. What do you want? Her leave. The hell out of my land, because your God is crazy. He's doing all kind of stuff to me. Because it's not getting in depth with the plagues like it did with Egypt. But whatever was happening, he was plaguing these, and they got
to say, take your wife and get the hell out.
Shook up. The Kemet was shook at this time. Right. So read.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away and his wife and all that he had.
Get out of here. Take your stuff. Go. Get out of here. But this goes into something called universal sins, which we did a sit down on a few months ago, lesson on a few months ago. Universal sins, fornication, anything that's under the auspice of fornication, that's considered fornication, unlawful sex act. The Most High holds all men of the earth accountable for that. Everyone is held to that standard. The Most High does not like homosexuality, bestiality, pedophilia, adultery in any nation. He doesn't like it. He doesn't tolerate it, and he judges. That's why he judged Sodom and Gomorrah. Why he judged Pompeii. Part of the reason why he could have judged America.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like when anybody commits fornication. That's a standard and a universal law he holds all men accountable for. Okay? So go ahead.
This is Genesis 13:1. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south.
What chapter you in?
13.
Okay, go ahead.
And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning.
So he came back to that same place, Bethel, Bath-Allah, the house of God, where later the temple was built, where later our forefather Jacob, Jacob, sojourned, slept at, saw the vision of Jacob's ladder. This same location, now known today geographically as Tel Arad. Right? So go ahead.
It says, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar, which he made there at the first.
He made that altar. He went back to that same altar that we've already showed. Go ahead.
And there Abram called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together.
So it say what? Read that again.
The land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together.
So they both had stuff. They both had their fair share of stuff. So y'all can see real quick. I like to give visual aids, man. This is the place where all this happened at is right here. This is it. Okay, so I want to show y'all the geography on it. This is where Abraham built the altar. This is where our forefather Jacob slept and built an altar. And this is where our temple was constructed. You see?
How barren it is, bro. It makes me so sad.
It's destroyed. Well, it has to be.
I don't want to. Just a quick sidebar. This is why it's barren. This is Psalm 107, and Psalm 107 and 33 to 34. It says, "He turneth rivers into a wilderness, and the water springs into dry grounds, a fruitful land into barrenness for the wickedness of them that dwell therein."
Yeah, so it's being wicked. This is why it look like this now. Right? Go ahead.
But back to Genesis 13, it says, verse 4, "Unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first, and there Abram called on the name of Yahweh."
So he invoking the name of Yahweh. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7, "And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle."
So here we have something going on. And what's going on is what the Most High has always had intended for Abraham. Okay? That he separate from his family. Because the Most High is getting ready to give him a new family. The chosen family. Lot and the rest of them niggas, they're not the chosen family. It's coming from Abraham. So the Most High, as you're going to see over the course of the story, keeps separating Abraham from people. And how the Most High did this is through a strife raising up between the herdsmen of Lot and the herdsmen of Abraham. Right? It's reminiscent of so many things we can even see now. See, because there's only so much coexistence that can go on sometimes. Read that part again.
Come. "And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle.
Read on.
And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land."
So there's an issue between the cattlemen are just beefing, and this is what happens sometimes. You in too close quarters, or there's even a story. If y'all go, brother, I watch often. It's a brother I watch often. A hood historian on the YouTube, Kev Mac videos. A lot of great information. He interviews many original Crips and Bloods, right? So one of the main people who come on his channel is a guy by the name of AC Babalui, King Babalui, or AC Moses. He's known by these various names. He is an original Crip and an original Blood. A lot of people don't know that. He was one of the founding members of the Crips and the driving force and person who thought up the Blood Alliance. Him. He had help, but as far as the thought and the driving force, it's all him. So what happened was, he was a Crip, grew up with Raymond Washington, the founder of the Crips, and he moved to Compton. He moved to Pyru Street. He started running with his cousins over on Pyru Street, and doing his thing, the Pyru Street Boys and that gang. So what happened was the Crips and the Pyrus, early on, before the Blood Alliance and the concept of being the Blood existed, they would go and party. They would go to parties. They would be kicking it. And as he tells it, they would be in a party, and there was a thing that they used to do in the hood at hood parties. Everybody would shout out their gang, and they would say such and such here, such and such here. So it would be Crip here. One group would say Crip here. The other group would say Pyru here. He said eventually it got tiresome to both parties. The Crips was mad because they made everyone else get down with the Crip thing. So why haven't the Pyrus done it? And the Pyrus are mad because there was so many more Crips than the Pyrus, and they were sick of hearing everyone say Crip here and only the small voices saying Pyru here. So just that little thing there caused a conflict that grew into the Crips and the Bloods, and a conflict that has literally spread internationally and caused several blacks and Hispanics to murder each other. But it all happened just off of just that little bit of too much running with each other, and the block not being big enough for the two of us, and we really can't coexist as we conceptually would like to, though both of our leaders are close to each other. in Raymond, Washington, and Babalu. So a similar situation we see is unfolding between the herdsmen of Lot and Abraham, our forefather, who are uncle and nephew, and their people. It's a similar situation here. So it's a very practical thing here. This land ain't big enough for the both of us. We both have been blessed with superabundance. And Abraham is being blessed because Yahweh has chosen him. And Lot is being blessed in this instance. Why? Because who blesses Abraham shall be blessed. So because of the peaceable relationship naturally that the nephew of Abraham had with him, he was blessed by that. Okay? We see later people take advantage of that later in our history with Laban. Don't want to, spoiler alert too much, but, we'll get to that in a few weeks. Most High will. But Laban also did the same thing. So let's keep going. Go ahead.
Okay. It says, and Abram said unto Lot, let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee.
That's right. He said, let's not let the issue that our herdsmen continually are having turn into strife between us. Let's not let this sever our relationship. Right? Go ahead.
And between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we are brethren.
We are what?
Brethren.
We're brethren. See, this is what could have stopped the Crips and the Bloods from spiraling into what it was now. Somebody having enough knowledge to go, let's not do this. Go ahead.
Is not the whole land before thee?
We got all this land. Go ahead.
Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me.
Look, let's just get away from each other. Maybe we shouldn't always be up under each other and next to each other and with each other all the time. That's something that has to be understood. We come together, and even in this time, brothers come together for unity camps. We have summits periodically. We get together. We love each other, but we're not running all up under each other all day, every day, because different camps have different administrations. There are certain doctrinal differences that may happen, and each group needs to do what they need to do. Too much can lead to an issue. This is a clear example of that. You see what I'm saying? So just take a lesson from this. Our foreparents were blessed and endowed with enough knowledge from the Most High to say, we need to separate. You need to go over there. And we still going to build with each other. But as far, we're too close to each other. You need to go over there. Right? Go ahead.
It says, is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me.
Let's get away from each other. Go ahead.
If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right.
Wherever he's telling Lot, whatever way you go, I'll go the other way. It's cool. We got all this land. The Most High has said that this is my land. Go ahead.
Or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere.
He looked at the Jordan. He said it was well watered everywhere. Read on.
That it was well watered everywhere before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
So the Jordan, it was a it was a blessed oasis before the destruction the Most High brought to Sodom and Gomorrah. That changed because the destruction of that magnitude that we know about, we all are familiar with that story. A destruction of that magnitude to a piece of land is going to alter the climate.
Yeah.
And that's what it did. That's why it's saying that right there. Dealing with the science. But the Bible is not a book of science. It's clearly dealing with the science. Right? Go ahead.
Even as the garden of Yahweh.
The Jordan was exactly like the pre-flood Garden of Eden. Because it is in that same location.
It's right there.
It's right there. But after the flood, of course, something as catastrophic as the flood also is going to change the climate of certain places. So the Fertile Crescent, as we know it, which is the garden, it was at a unbearable, unconceivable state as a whole before the flood. But after the flood, only portions of it were like that. Though all of it was still fertile, only portions of it were like it was before the flood. Jordan, prior to the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, was like that. Go ahead.
It says even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar.
In Egypt, there was a portion of Egypt that's like that. That great, that in the Nile Valley, Nile Delta, that you have that Nile River that floods and gives that abundance of life to that region. That is also another region that is reminiscent of the pre-flood garden. Right? Read on.
Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east.
Lot chose the plain of Jordan. He went east. Right? Read on.
And they
towards the continent now known as Asia. And as we're going to learn, he is the progenitor of the Asians.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So go ahead.
And they separated themselves, the one from the other.
They got away from each other.
Okay.
They each picked up and carved a territory and said, listen, y'all got this, we got this, and we're not going to bump heads. Right? Read on.
Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain.
That's right. And it helped them to coexist and not sever and fracture their familiar relationship.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And pitched his tent towards Sodom.
Read on.
But the men of Sodom...
He did what towards Sodom?
Pitched his tent towards Sodom.
So Lot lived in Sodom. Or right near it. Right? So read on.
But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh.
So he was next to the men of Sodom, but they were wicked and sinners before Yahweh. But they're not Israel. They don't have the Torah. So what are these sins? Fornication. Okay. There were cities, and we all know about it. There are cities of just total gross fornication. An extreme amount of fornication. That's what Sodom is. And it's the other 5 cities that were related to it. Right? So go ahead.
Okay. It says, but the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abraham, after that Lot was separated from him, lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward.
So Yahweh was telling Abraham, look in every direction. Go ahead.
Come. It says, for all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it.
Look in every direction. It's all yours. Read.
And to thy seed forever.
It's all talking about Israel. It's an Israelophany. Let's make a new one. It's an Israelophany. Israelophany. I don't know. Whatever. Under Yahushua, we're going to receive it. Because it's not even something that our foreparents fully realized in their time.
Yeah.
Prior to our exile to the side of the earth and to the 4 corners of the earth. We're only going to realize that under Hamashiach Yahushua. All right. Our King, our Lord, our Savior, under Yahweh. All right. Go ahead.
Come. It says, and I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered.
That's right. You're going to be like the dust of the earth. And I'm going to tell you something silly. And you got to watch these programs that your children watch. Okay, you got to be careful. There's a show that my daughter watches here and there. That's an educational show on Netflix. I forget what it's called. The Big Something. And these niggas had the nerve on there to say that there are more stars in the sea than there is sand, or more stars in the sky than there is sand in the earth. Right? Now here's the thing. We see both of those things likened to each other biblically. We see that we are going to be like both of those things. So they're really innumerable. But my whole objection to this is, how in the hell, and what methodology did they employ to come to the conclusion that there were more stars in the sky than there are sand in the sea? I would love for them to show me the scientific method they used to come to this conclusion. Because your ass don't know how much sand is in the sea, and you sure as hell don't know how many stars in the sky. You don't know how to calculate these things. Okay? But that's just a sidebar. Go ahead. Okay. What's going
on? What's her face? Kadriana and some of her friends are responding finally after 4 hours.
They're on Facebook?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they was
on the comment board. Oh, no, that would be great.
That would be amazing.
Verse 17. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh.
Hold on. All right, Salaki, read that part again.
It says, and Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh.
That's right. So he built an altar in that plain. He was doing that. Right, read on.
Chapter 14.
We're in 14. Okay. I want you to stop it at 5.
Are we reading through 15 or 2?
Yeah, we're reading to the end of 15.
Okay.
Right. So yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations.
So here we have certain kings, right? We have the king of Shinar, or Babylon, which would be a Cushite. Arioch, king of Elasar, which is another Cushitic city or Babylonian city. We have Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. This is an East Indian, okay? And then you have Tidal, king of nations. I looked into Tidal, king of nations. It's not clear as to who this guy is. They just say he's a king of like a lot of different people, so that's why he just called king of nations. Like it's not just one place. Different people who probably come from different of the sons of Noah, so he's just called king of nations, right? So in during this time, right? Keep going to 2.
God, that these made war with Barak, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah.
Right. So you have king of Sodom and Gomorrah. Read on.
Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar.
So you have these cities. These are the cities, Sodom and its 5 cities, remember. They had kings. And their kings were made war against by kings of other areas, Cushites and Elamites, etc. Right? Read on.
All these were joined together in the Vale of Siddim, which is in the Salt Sea.
Read on.
12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled.
So there was an issue. Kedorlaomer prevailed over them and essentially made them of vassal states, vassal city states, for 12 years. In the 13th year they rebelled against the, I guess, tyrannical rule of Kedorlaomer. They wanted their independence, right? So read into 5.
And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims and Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham.
So in what?
In Ham.
In Ham. Interesting. There's a land that's being called Ham, right? But all of this is happening where? In the Jordan.
Yeah.
It was called Ham. So that's what I want to show you. This is the word for Ham. H 1990. Chum. Hot, sunburn, the place which this is white supremacy. It's hot. That's all it means. Where you get the word chemistry from. Chemistry. Okay. The place where Chedorlaomer and his allies smote Zuzim, probably in the territory of the Ammonites east of the Jordan. Sign uncertain. East of the Jordan. Not in Africa. Not in what you call Africa. So the concept that the land of Ham is Africa is out the window, predicated upon this, because the place is called the land of Ham. It ain't Africa. Ham, Shem, and Japheth supersede current continental concepts. I want you to understand that, because there's nothing really that separates these land masses. Afro-Eurasia is one supercontinent. You have 2 continents on Earth. You have Afro-Eurasia and you have the Americas. Because they're all connected. And the Americas is connected. See? So I just want to point that out. To show you how unscholastic and unbiblical some of these arguments are. Like, the Africans are Hamites. It's just not true. Are certain Africans Hamites? Certainly. But Africa and Ham are not necessarily monopolies or interchangeable terms. That's all I want to point out. Keep going.
Okay. It says
we're gonna stop it at 18.
Okay. It says where am I? My fault. This is Genesis chapter 14, verse 6. And the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites.
Wait. They smote who?
All the country of the Amalekites.
So they smote. Matter of fact, Salakia, start back at 6.
Genesis 14 and 6.
And
the Horites.
The Horites where?
In their Mount Seir.
So before Esau inhabited Mount Seir, they conquested Mount Seir and killed a group of people in Mount Seir. They're called the Horites. So they're like the pre-Edomite inhabitants of that land that was later known as Edom and Seir, Shior. The Horites, and these are Hamites. These are Hamitic people. Okay, so you can understand these are Canaanites, right? So go ahead.
Okay. It says, and their Mount Seir unto Elparan, which is by the wilderness, and they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites.
So all the country of the Amalekites. Here's the thing, guys. There is no Amalekites during this time because Amalek and the Amalekites are descendants of Edom. Y'all know when Edom is born. That's Genesis 25. It's 11 chapters earlier. So there is no Amalekites. So one would beg the question, well, why is it calling this land the country of the Amalekites? And it's very simple. This is called a historiographical narrative. Okay, again, a historiographical narrative, meaning it is documenting history and geography of events that occurred after they occurred, not contemporary to when they occurred. So you'll see this happen in history books, in the Bible, and in conversation. For example, I'm from the Northwest, from Tacoma, Washington, not far from Seattle, Washington, right? I remember an event occurring in Seattle, which was the implosion of the Kingdome. The Kingdome, of course, was the old home of the Seattle Mariners and the Seahawks, right? The Kingdome. In place of the Kingdome, you have CenturyLink Field and you have Safeco Field. So if I was telling a story that happened, let's say in the early 90s, during a time where King Griffey Jr. and King Griffey Sr. both played on the Mariners simultaneously, and I was telling a story about something that occurred at where Safeco Field is, and I'm telling it to you, and I say, yeah, this happened over across the street from Safeco Field. But Safeco Field was not there at that time. But I'm telling it after it happened, and it's there now, and I'm utilizing it to make you familiar with the area that I'm talking about. Right? So that's what's happening here. It's being called the country of the Amalekites because the people now understood it as this is where Amalek is. This is their country. It's where they live. They didn't live there then, but they live here now, so you can understand something that's familiar to you that identifies that landmass to you. Historiographical narrative. Okay, I know it was kind of complicated. It wasn't a very simplified explanation that I gave, but I hope y'all understand. It's utilizing terminology that makes you familiar with something that you may have not been familiar with. All right? So, let's go to 8.
Okay. Verse 8, it says, and there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the Vale of Siddim.
Because, as y'all notice over the course of the Bible, it's been emphasized a couple times in the passages we've been reading tonight. But y'all notice these ancient battles, they almost always took place in a valley or a vale, because the way it calls it, because it's hidden. Valleys were always sites of ancient conflict. It's like the perfect battlefield to go into this valley and let's just bang it out. That's how they did it. So go ahead.
Okay. It says, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain.
These Sodomites was getting jacked up. It was getting beat down, running for their lives. Right? Go ahead.
And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals and went their way. It says, and they took Lot, Abraham's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed.
So they kidnapped him, and they took his stuff. Right? You what they did to Lot, the nephew of Abraham. Read on.
And there came one that had escaped and told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the...
So somebody escaped, went and ran to Abraham and said, hey, look, they got your nephew.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, And these were confederate with Abraham.
So Abraham was living separate from these people, but he had a cool and cordial relationship. Right? See, and our father Jacob did the same thing, which is why he got so mad at Levi and Simeon when we did what we did. Right? That's for later in Genesis. But the reason why he got so mad is he was trying to maintain that cordial relationship, though we were living separately from them, segregated from them. We still was cool with them. Right? So go ahead.
It says, and when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants.
His what?
Trained servants.
No, his what?
Trained servants.
No, before that.
He arms.
No. I said his what?
Oh, his brother.
His what?
Brother.
His brother. So this is his nephew. What is he calling his nephew? His brother. Because it's his family. So your family is your brother, period. Your nephew, your cousin, somebody else's cousin. That's your family. That's your brother. Showing that concept there, biblically. Go ahead.
It says, Slakia. His brother was taken captive. He armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan.
And chased them unto where?
Dan.
Unto Dan. It wasn't Dan then. This is a part of the historiographical narrative. These are lands that nobody may have been inhabiting during this time, or there is not a corresponding, the people that did, or the whatever was called, does not ring a bell and correspond with the audience that it was being written to, so it's being called things that are familiar to them, Dan and Amalek. See that? So he chased him to Dan. Go ahead.
And he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night.
See, it said he divided himself against them, meaning Abraham was employing war tactics. He had, the Most High had not only given him wisdom, given him riches and abundance, he made him a tactful and skillful warrior. Right? Read.
And smote them.
If you read, real quick, Jim, if you read The Art of War, you'll read about dividing. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to just give it to y'all. Just a little bit. Right? Just a little bit out of The Art of War, real quick. Real quick.
You want me to read to the end of 15?
Yes, all the way through the end of 15. Hold on real quick. Where is this at? So like it real quick. Basically, I can't find it. But basically in the Art of War it tells you if you have somebody outnumbered to divide your army and attack them that way. Damn. Go ahead and read that.
It says, and they took Lot, what the hell? And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods into sorry. Verse 15, and he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus.
So he chased them all the way into Assyria, or Syria rather, not Assyria, Syria. Right, modern day Damascus. Go ahead.
And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine.
So you have Melchizedek, king of Salem, brings forth bread and wine. So here comes this king, phantomly appears here. Melchizedek, king of Salem, he brings bread and wine. This is important. Matthew, hold that. Matthew 16 and 6 to 12. For the bread.
This is Matthew chapter 16, verse, you said 6?
Uh-huh.
It's Matthew 16 and 6. Then Yahushua said unto them, Take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
The leaven of, keep going, read all the way to 12.
And they reasoned among themselves, saying, It is because we have taken no bread.
Mm-hmm.
When Yahushua perceived, he said unto them, O ye of little faith, why reason ye among yourselves, because ye have not brought bread? Because ye have brought no bread. Do ye not understand, neither remember, the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets ye took up?
So Yahushua is like, man, what is y'all don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not talking about bread. Nigga, we just fed thousands of people with a few loaves. So I'm not talking about bread. Go ahead.
Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000, and how many baskets ye took up.
Read on.
How is it that ye do not understand that I speak it not to you?
I'm not talking about bread. Go ahead.
How is it that ye do not understand that I spake it not to you concerning bread?
How y'all don't get it? Read.
That ye should beware of the leaven of the Pharisees of the beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
Read on.
Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
The doctrine. The doctrine. So doctrine is likened unto bread. It's very, very, very important to understand that. Doctrine is likened unto bread, right? I'm gonna show y'all something. Awesome.
No, Judah Prince Chief did not say Amalek doesn't exist anymore. He said that the reason why Amalek is the land of Amalek is being mentioned in Genesis is because of what's the term again?
Historiographical narrative.
Historiographical narrative.
It's that simple. Amalek did not exist yet. They certainly exist now, unfortunately, because of the sins of Saul. But they shouldn't exist. I'll tell you that now. Real quick. So, also, dealing with the concept of bread, leavened bread, etc. I want to show you this. This is the word for unleavened bread. It's matazah. Matazah. Unleavened bread. In the Hebrew, Strong's H40 648 now. If we look at Strong's H46 73 and 66 73 and 66 80, Tazawah means precept or commandment, order, right? Command, charge, commandment. So literally, unleavened bread is a commandment. That's what it's figuratively talking about, a commandment. So, like conceptually, the law, statute, commandments are bread. Okay, unleavened bread, to be specific. Right, so when you leaven it, then you're distorting things. So that's why when Yahushua spoke against the leaven of the Pharisees, he was talking about their doctrine, which is the inclusion and the mandate of traditions of men. All right, so that's what figuratively he was referring to in the spirit. We'll make sure we understood that. All right. Back to Genesis. Go ahead. Oh no, you finished Matthew.
I'm gonna keep going
because I wanted you to get to 12.
12, yeah. It says, "How is it?" Then understood that how they, yeah.
Okay. So let's go to Matthew 9 and 17 because it says, "And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine." All right. So Matthew 9 and 17, Yahushua elaborated on what he brought forth because this is him, the King of righteousness, the King of peace. All right, go ahead.
Matthew 9 and 17. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish.
So that's also being likened unto doctrine, the new wine in the old bottles, and understanding and things that you internalize. That's why it's likened unto bread and wine and things of that nature, and water, because these are things that you internalize. You eat them, you drink them, you put them into your temple, your body. It's important to understand these things. So figuratively, I'm not saying he didn't literally have bread and wine, but figuratively, this is what this priest, the king of righteousness and the king of peace brought, right? Because again it says, and Melchizedek, king of Salem. Melchizedek, Malak Tazadak, means king of righteousness. King of Salem, Malak Shalom, Malak Shalom, means king of peace. This is all Yahushai, right? So read 18 again.
It says, neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles...
Salakia. Genesis. Let's go back to Genesis 14 and 18.
Genesis 14 and 18. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God.
That's how he's a priest. Not only is he literally bringing forth bread and wine, but figuratively he's bringing forth bread and wine. That's the other layer to understand in this verse, right? One does not negate the other, but there is a metaphysical and spiritual deeper meaning, so to speak, right? Go to verse 19.
Verse 19, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High God.
So here he is. Yahushai as Melchizedek blessing Abram of the Most High, right? Of the Most High God, which is Allah Yawan Allah, right? Allah Yawan Allah, which literally means the Most High God. Go ahead.
Possessor of heaven and earth.
Right, go ahead. Yahweh is the possessor of heaven and earth, right? Go ahead.
And blessed be the Most High God, which had delivered thine enemies into thy hands, and he gave him tithes of all.
That's right. So he blessed Abraham and he blessed the Most High. And what did Abraham do in exchange? Gave him tithes of all. We already read about the things that Abraham had. He had cattle, he had gold, he had silver. So he gave him a tenth of all his cattle, all his gold, and all his silver. So when you deal with the concept of tithes, it starts here. Then Jacob also enters into covenant with the Most High that a tenth of all he has will go to him. So that is like the prelude to the Levitical priesthood taking tithes. But it all actually goes back to the Melchizedekite priesthood actually implements and establishes tithes. This is why in Hebrews it says Levi paid tithes in Abraham. Right here in the Melchizedekite order. So even the Levitical priests in their forefather Abraham paid tithes to Christ Yahushua. All right, this is a deep concept. Okay, which is the prelude to Paul when he curses out the church of Corinth in the second letter to Corinth. But go ahead.
And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons and take the goods to thyself.
So here comes the king of Sodom. He comes to Abraham or Abram, and he says, give me the persons and take the goods to thyself, meaning give me the prisoners that you've captured in this war, and I'll give you all the goods that we've captured. Right? Go ahead.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto Yahweh.
I lift up my hand to Yahweh. Read on.
The Most High God.
Allah Yawan Allah. Read on.
The possessor of heaven and earth.
That
I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich.
So I don't want any of these goods. You can have them, because Yahweh made me rich, not you. Go ahead.
1 Samuel 2 and 7. Yahweh maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up.
All praise Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai. So that was the mindset. Hey, because you know how when somebody give you something, somebody help you out, they go, that nigga owe me. That nigga always, like, you got a nutcase, Lex Vortex. Y'all heard of Lex Vortex, right?
Yeah.
What a lot of people don't know about Lex Vortex is. What a lot of people don't know about Lex Vortex is this. How I got on Sonetta TV is he sent a video. He was kind of had an in with Sonetta, and he sent one of my videos of me getting at Ali Muhammad, responding to Ali Muhammad to Sonetta, right? That's what, launched the whole Guerrilla Hebrew thing, was that right there. So this nigga is going on, that nigga owes his whole career to me. The nigga said that. I owe my whole career to Yahweh. But see that when you let a nigga, do that, and what? Now he thinks, but that's how people are. So that's why Abraham refused to take anything from this evil, wicked, sinful fornicator, the king of Sodom. And is it safe to say he was all those things? Certainly, because he's a king, so are the inhabitants of a city. And if that city was full of fornication, that nigga must have been the top fornicator. I mean, it's only safe to arrive at that conclusion. It's actually not safe to arrive at any other conclusion than that. Let me know when you got it. Got it? Go ahead.
Sirach 10 and 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
See that? So if they was all sickos, freaks, that nigga must have been a top freak.
Right.
What the book say. So where we at?
24.
Go ahead.
24. Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Anur, Ishkol, and Mamre, let them take their portion.
So he said, listen, the only thing I want from you is what my men have already eaten, and anything else, give it to these Hamites I'm with. Right? Well, they were all, Sodom was Hamites, so it was the Ham, y'all just be good to each other. I don't need nothing. I got Yahweh, which is a beautiful and powerful and marvelous thing to have. We're going to elaborate it further. Read 15 and 1.
So Genesis 15 and 1. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto Abraham in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. So
I am protecting you. That's what a shield does. And I am your great reward. That's why Abraham didn't need to take anything from them niggas. Because Yahweh is his great reward. Right? So hold that Matthew 6, 1 to 2. Going back to the gospel according to our powerful Levitical brother Matthew. In the words that he recorded of Hamashiach Yahushua. And let's see what Yahushua says here.
This is Matthew chapter 6 verse 1. Take heed that ye do not your alms before men to be seen of them.
He said, take heed that you do not your alms before men to be seen of men. Read on.
Otherwise ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven.
Read on.
Therefore when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee as the hypocrites do in the synagogues.
The hypocrites read.
And in the streets. That they may have glory of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward.
See, the people who get that glory of men, like these heathens get now, and like those heathens just got in this previous chapter, that's their reward. Yahweh is our reward, just like it's Abraham's reward. Yahweh, the Most High is. Now, the Most High can exalt you and also get you fame and a name and attention and riches and things like that, certainly. But that's not what you're doing it for. That's not what you're in it for. Yahweh is your reward. Just like with Abraham. So it's very important to keep that in perspective, that the reward that we have is that the only living God, the supreme being, the architect, the supreme intellect, the creator of heaven and earth, the mastermind behind all this, the director of the movie that we call life, we have him on our side. That's greater than any reward because he wrote this story. He's writing. Well, he wrote it. He declared the end from the beginning. He wrote the story. So he, if you trust in him, will write you to have a happy ending. A true happy ending.
Okay.
All right? Meaning a kingdom that will never end, that will be peaceful and abundant, and you will have riches, and you will have your children, and you will have tranquility and safety and peace forevermore. He wrote that in there for us, starting with Abraham, because he is our reward. It's very important to understand that. Go back to 2 though. Go to 2, read 2, and we're gonna read 2:16.
You want in Matthew or Genesis?
Genesis.
Genesis 15 and 2. And Abram said, Yahweh, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus.
So Abraham, like, look, you telling me all this good stuff, right? I'm your guy. You're my reward. You my shield. Okay, cool. Well, look, I don't even have a son. Read that again.
And Abram said, Yahweh, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus.
So he's like, look, this nigga here, this guy who's not my family, this Syrian, this the dude, he gonna have it.
Yeah.
This is the only guy I got. I need a son. Right, go ahead.
And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir.
That's right. Of me, you've given no seed, and one born in my house is my heir. Meaning this dude was a slave born in my house. So that's the only heir I got. Go ahead.
And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir.
But this not going to be your heir. But he's not the guy. Go ahead.
But he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir.
He that your own seed, your own flesh and blood, your own child, that's going to be your heir. Not this servant. Read.
And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven.
Look again. Look up. Read.
And tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, so shall thy seed be.
Look, your silly ass father and them, they worship those things. I'm telling you, I made those things, and I'm going to make you as many as those things as you see in the sky. That's serious. Go ahead.
And he believed in Yahweh.
And he believed. See, this is why he's the father of faith. Yahweh simply told him this, and he believed. You're going to make me as the stars. I believe it. And guess what? He's as the stars. African American, West Indian, Haitian, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Guatemalan, Honduran, Panamanian, Belizean, Brazilian, Uruguayan, Paraguayan, Argentinian, Chilean. You see all them names? That's the stars of heaven we talking about. In many contexts, mind you, as well. That's the stars of heaven. Abraham has become this. And that's just the chosen line. If you want to add the others, Edom, Ishmael, the other sons he had by Keturah and them, the people of Ephraim and things of that nature. Abraham has of a surety become exactly what Yahweh said he would become. But he didn't have to show him. He just told him, and he believed, which is why he's the father of our faith. Why faith is principle, and it's the building block, and then the works come. Because you have faith, because you believe, you're compelled to do the works. Read.
Sirach 2:6. Believe in him, and he will help thee.
That's it. All Abraham had to do was believe, and the Most High helped. He did the works with it too, though. Nothing negates the works. But it all starts with the building block of faith and belief. That's why it's important to have those things, and you cannot please Yahweh without those things. Because we know Abraham, probably outside of Hamashiach, is the most pleasing person to Yahweh that we can read about in the Bible. Nobody pleased Yahweh more than Abraham outside of Hamashiach, Yahushua. So, if we follow these footsteps of him, we clearly see that faith, all he did was believe. It's what happened. It's what it all began for him. And he shows it over and over, and he also shows his works. So we have to pattern our walk after his, and starting with the building block of faith. Right? So go ahead.
I'm jumping to verse 8. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not fail.
There you go. Right? Where we at?
Genesis 15:7.
Uh-huh.
And he said unto him, I am Yahweh that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees.
I am Yahweh that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, got you away from those people who are worshiping the sun, moon, and stars. Go ahead.
To give thee this land to inherit it.
Got you away from your family to give you a new land. Even got you away from lot ass to give you a new land. From your chosen line, give you an heir. From your bowels. Read on.
And he said, Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
Oh, well, Abraham saying, all right, well, I believe you. You're going to make me the star. But how I know I'm going to inherit this land? Right? Go ahead.
And he said unto him, take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a sheep, heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon...
So he divided them, meaning he cut them. He killed them. So we have to pay attention to what's going on here. First, the Most High shows him the stars. Say, I'm going to make you like that. Abraham believed. Faith. Then he said, Abraham, I'm going to give you this land. Abraham says, well, how do I know? Now here comes works. Kill these animals. That's work. A sacrifice. Sanctifying things. Killing these animals in the name of Yahweh. See that? There was faith. Then here come works. One without the other is death. But those things perfect one another. So first he had the faith. Now here come the works. Read on.
Yeah. And he took, verse 11, and when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him.
So he had a frightening dream. And the Most High visits you in your dreams, it's typically a frightening experience. Right? It's the king of terrors we talking about. Go ahead.
And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs.
He said, now listen, y'all got to listen close to this. Your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. Read.
And shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
Read. So this is a process that took. This is an extremely misconceived verse. It's a process that took place over the course of 400 years. Okay, roughly, which exactly is 430 years, pursuant to what's said in Galatians. Because from this time to the time of us coming out of Egypt and inheriting the land is a 430-year process. Okay? That's what has to be understood. Were we slaves in Egypt 430 years or 400 years? No, we were not. Roughly 210, 215 years. But the process from this moment to then was about 430 years. Go ahead.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge.
He will judge, which is Egypt. Read.
And afterwards shall they come out with great substance.
Afterwards they're going to come out with great substance like we did in Egypt after we spoiled the Egyptians. That's Exodus 6. Read.
And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. But thou shalt be buried in a good old age.
You shall live a long life and die in peace. Right? Read on.
I'm at verse 16.
Yeah, keep going.
But in the fourth generation.
In the what?
Fourth generation.
In the fourth generation, read.
They shall come hither again.
In the fourth generation, they shall come hither again. Who is they? Israel. His offspring shall come hither again, meaning back into the land of Canaan, or Israel, the Levant. Come back there in their fourth generation. Why? Because Israel went into Egypt with his sons, the 12 patriarchs, and they were grown. They had kids, right? So, for example, Levi, he had Kohath. Kohath had Amram. Amram had Moses. The son of Moses, that generation, is the one that came back into the land. The only people that made it out of Moses' generation were Joshua and Caleb. So literally, after 4 generations of being in Egypt, Israel went back into Israel, which is how we know it's talking about Egypt and not America or any place else. Because more than 4 generations of us have been here in America. Way more than that. 4 generations. If you go 4 generations back from us of this time, and that's us, let alone our kids, because that's who really should be counted. If you just take us, me 28, this brother 19, 20 now?
Yeah, I just turned 20.
He just turned 20. At this age, if we go 4 generations back, we're in the late 1800s. That's still 200 years, more than 200 years. We've been here longer than that. 200 years longer than 4 generations ago. So we know that's not what it's talking about. This is not a reference to ancient Egypt. But the 4th generation is a reference to the 4th generation of Israelites that were in the land of Egypt. And from that 1st generation to that 4th, we came back into Israel. Right? From the sons of the 12 patriarchs to the sons of Moses generation, that's 4 generations. That's what that's talking about. So I hope that y'all understand that through the spirit and power of Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. So finish that verse.
For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full.
It's not yet full. The iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, right? So hold that. Let's go to wisdom. Yeah, wisdom of Solomon 12, 1 to 12. So we can read in depth about the iniquity of the Amorites, exactly what it was.
This is Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12 verse you said 1 to 12?
1 to 12.
This is Wisdom of Solomon 12 and 1. For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things.
Thy what?
Incorruptible spirit is in all things.
The Holy Spirit is in all things that have life. It's there. There's nothing that has life without a connection directly back to the source of life and energy, which is Yahweh, he that is, he that exists. Okay, so let's get that understood. But read on.
Therefore chastenest thou them by little, and little that offends.
He chasteneth by little and little, then that offend. Read on.
And warnest them by putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended, that leaving their wickedness they may believe on thee, O Yahweh.
Read on.
For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy lands.
That's the Amorites, of the Canaanites. It was thy will by the hands of our fathers, Joshua and them, to destroy these Canaanites. Read on.
Whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcraft.
The Most High hated these Canaanites because of the odious works of witchcraft that they committed. And we're going to read about those in depth. Read on.
And wicked sacrifices.
And what?
Wicked sacrifices.
That's what he hated about them.
Yeah.
That they sacrifice babies to stones. Go ahead.
And also those merciless murderers of children.
That's why he hated them. They killed kids. Read.
And devourers of man's flesh, and the feasts of blood.
And they would participate in cannibalism. The Most High does not like this.
A cannibal party, a feast of blood.
Feast. They're kicking it, eating people. These Hamites are sick.
No, they're having a party, sacrificing kids and eating people. That's sick. That's
mad. So the Most High is against it.
it's one thing. Holy Land.
Listen, it's one thing if they were eating pork, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing. All right, the heathen eating pork, whatever. You niggas are eating people and partying in the Holy Land, in the garden. No, that's not tolerable. That's not acceptable.
That's right.
We not going for that. Read.
I mean, that's why Scripture say the land cannot be cleansed by the blood of him that shed it.
The blood. Go ahead.
With their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents.
Their what?
Idolatrous crew.
That's
what the Shield Squad is, man. Idolatrous crew.
That's right, I get.
And their parents that killed with their own hands, souls destitute of help.
Souls destitute, meaning little kids that could not defend themselves. Their parents were murdering them.
Yeah.
Of course, the Most High detested these things, and of course, the Most High delivered these people into our hands, the hands of our forefathers, because of the evil that they did. This is the iniquity of the Amorites that the Most High said was not yet accomplished yet. So Abraham X, Y, and Z is going to have to happen in the meantime so they can get a fullness of their sins, and I can bring in the 12 tribes to punish these merciless murderers of children, these odious idolators. Right? Read on.
That the lands which thou esteemest above all other,
which is the Nile to Euphrates, the Fertile Crescent as it's known by modern scientists and historians, read on,
might receive a worthy colony of God's children.
That's right. Get rid of them and put a worthy colony of God's children, which are the 12 tribes, in their place.
That's right.
Read.
Nevertheless, even those thou sparedest as men, and didst send wasps, forerunners of thine host.
Before, and if you read in the book of Joshua, you read about the wasp. The Most High sent the wasp. The killer bees, the Africanized killer bees, right? That's what the white man called African. They're Africanized killer bees. The Most High sent the killer bee in there to start to attack you. Just like when the tribe of Levi were fighting the French, the Most High sent the mosquito in to tear the French up and give their ass yellow fever, malaria. They dropping dead, puking up their insides.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
Forerunners of thine host to destroy them by little and little.
By little and little. Those Africanized killer bees began to destroy and kill those Canaanites. Right? They still wanted to kill babies. Go ahead.
Not that thou was unable to bring the ungodly under the hand of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at once with cruel beasts, or
So he's saying he could have just sent us in to massacre them.
Yeah.
He could have just told us to stay back and sent in cruel beasts to just annihilate those people. But he sent in wasps for a very specific purpose. Read on.
Or with one rough word.
He could have just said it and they all just vanished.
Right.
Like the damn Langoliers. Go ahead.
Right. But executing thy judgments upon them by little and little.
But he gave it to them little and little. They could have stopped killing babies and being homosexuals and doing all the various evil and fornication that they did. Because we see in Leviticus 18 they were also doing fornication. Right? Matter of fact, hold that. Leviticus 18:6. Because we got to substantiate that. Because that's killing kids and eating people and being a homosexual and a pedophile and having sex with beasts. The Most High don't tolerate that out of any nation. Right. It's intolerable. It's inhumane. It's against nature.
I think about
3? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Leviticus 18:3. After the doings of the land of Egypt.
After the doings of Egypt, right, where we just had came out of, read on.
Wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do.
Where they were homosexuals and participated in bestiality in different parts of their history and pedophilia and incest, right? Read on.
And after the doings of the land of Canaan.
Canaan, read.
Whither I bring you.
Where we're going, the Canaanites, read on.
Shall ye not do.
We shouldn't do the ways of either of those heathen Hamite people. We shouldn't do it. And in Leviticus 18, as you'll read, these are laws in regards to sexual misconduct and fornication, i.e. incest, homosexuality, adultery, things of that nature, bestiality, are covered in these passages in Leviticus. This is the portion. The Most High wouldn't say don't do as Egypt and Canaan, and then to begin to name all of the sexual misconduct if they were not participating in such things. So the Most High God was upset with them, and because they were the most prominent people in committing all of these acts of deviancy, the Most High brought judgment on them through Joshua and our forefathers. Right? So go back to 12.
Okay. It says, but executing thy judgments upon them by little and little, thou gavest them place of repentance.
They could have stopped.
Yeah.
Read.
Not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation.
Mm-hmm. They knew how. Eating people and having sex with. Come on.
That's like. Reminds me of the damn video you showed me, the intro of you like to have sex. You know what I'm talking about?
The way of the gun. The way of the gun.
That's what they were doing, though.
Yeah, and she, where was she at when you needed her? Damn, Amalekite. Go ahead.
She's an Amalekite?
Yeah.
Oh,
she's an
God.
Amalekite.
The irony.
Yeah, the irony.
Not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation and that their malice was bred in them.
They knew how wicked they were.
Yeah.
And it was just within them to be evil as hell. Right? Go ahead.
And that their cogitation would never be changed.
Their cogitation, meaning their thought process, would never change. That they're always going to kill babies.
Yeah.
And have sex with their mothers and boys and all kind of stuff. What did you say? Go ahead. God, we gotta watch that. We get there.
Yeah, I just literally so for it was a cursed seed from the beginning.
From what?
From the beginning.
From the beginning. Why? Because Noah said, "Cursed be Canaan," which we read in Genesis 9.
Yep.
They were cursed from the onset.
Yeah.
The Canaanites never stood a chance. They were destined for failure.
Yeah.
And they're still destined for failure.
That's right.
Because the dust they're going to eat.
That's right.
Right? So go ahead.
Neither didst thou for fear of any man give them pardon for those things wherein they sinned.
He didn't pardon them.
Yeah, he don't want to pardon you damn devils.
He sent us in there to kill.
That's right.
With orders to kill. Go ahead.
For who shall say, what hast thou done?
Mm-hmm. Who going to ask him what has thou done? Let's look at the deeds of the Canaan. Yeah. And I've heard people say, look what they did to the Canaan. I've heard people do it.
Yeah. That's what the Egyptologists say. That's what I remember.
They were a peaceable people.
No, that's what. Yeah, remember Nasi when he debated
babies,
city?
nigga.
He said, and you got the damn
Oh, yeah,
Hebrews.
Yeah.
And they're murdering. They were murdering niggas who were having sex with kids and murdering kids and drinking their blood.
Yeah,
nigga.
they had to die.
Yeah, they had to go.
You mean tell me you wouldn't, if you had the opportunity, you wouldn't kill a bunch of people you heard was doing something that sick?
Who knows what the Kemetic community would do?
Well, they were doing it at different parts of their history as well.
That's right.
Quiet as it's kept.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
What hast thou done, or who shall withstand thy judgment? Or who shall accuse thee for the nations that perish, whom thou made?
Yeah, first off, I'm how I do whatever I want. I made all of you niggas.
Yeah.
This is my movie. This is my GTA 5 online.
Yeah.
All right? I kill who I want.
Yeah, who's going to bring the Most High back to level 1?
Hey, listen, yeah, for you. It's so prophetic. Go ahead.
Or who shall come to stand against thee to be revenged for the unrighteous man?
Who gonna stop me? And who gonna do something about it? No damn body. Right? Who? First off, let's look at history. When we conquested Canaan, who came and got the Canaanites get back? Canaanites weren't even bringing that up anymore. Like, they just knew they had to hold that L.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
That's it on 12.
Okay, so let's go back to Genesis.
Okay. Genesis 15 and 17. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces.
That's that chariot. Go ahead.
And the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying unto thy...
Here's a covenant. This is the first... Well, yeah, this is like the first covenant that he makes. If y'all remember, we went over this on the covenant lesson. What was that? Like last week, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, like 2, 3 weeks ago.
Okay, con. This is the first covenant that he's making with Abraham. It's not the old covenant in Genesis. I mean, in Jeremiah 31. That's the Horeb covenant, which we're getting ready to read in a second. I hope y'all are strapped in because we still got the law we're going over. Hope everyone's strapped in. All right. I know it's been 3.5 hours. We got more to go. Right? So go ahead.
Con, Genesis 15 and 18. In the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, "Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates."
It's all official. It's all official at this point. Read.
The Kenites and the Kenizzites.
So he's naming all these Canaanites, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, read.
And the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
So all of these people, I'm going to displace and give you this land.
Yeah.
Give your not your ancestors, your descendants this land, and get them the hell out the way. These Hamites, I'm gonna get them out the way. That was it on 15.
Okay.
All right. So now, all praise Yahweh, we're going to move into the law portion. So we're going to start at Exodus 19. We're going to start at the top. And guys, we're going all the way to Exodus 23. So I hope y'all strapped in. All praises. Hope y'all are being edified. So let's go.
Exodus 19:1. In the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai.
So they come into the wilderness of Sinai. Go ahead.
For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount.
Okay, so they camped before the mount. They're in the desert of Sinai, the wilderness of Sinai. They camped before the mount. What mount is that? Sinai. Or Horeb, it's known as both, right? So here's the first thing I want to do. I've been showing y'all the archaeology, etc. Not only did they lie about the location of our temple, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv, we've also been misled about the location of Mount Sinai. All of this is agenda based, okay? So this is the real Mount Sinai we're looking at here. It's called there's a name in Arabic, Salakia. I want to get it. Jebel El Laz in Saudi Arabia. This is the real Mount Sinai. Jebel El Laz, right? You see this? They believe this is the rock that Moses smote, right? And there's a reason they believe that. I want to show you because there's evidence of water erosion. Hold on. I want to show it to you. Where's the erosion picture? Salakia. What a damn erosion picture. I just was looking at it. I thought I had the erosion picture. My fault. I'm gonna try to find it in a second. But they're showing that there's some like water erosion. This could be the rock. This is the pillar that Solomon built. You remember that? So all of this, all of the archaeology lines up. Then you have the drawings of the calves from that party when they were worshiping the golden calf. It was graffiti and niggas was tagging the calf on it.
Calf gang.
That's Jake, man. This nigga calf gang, nigga. What do you mean? Look how big these things are. Right? Niggas was making that calf gang out there. Right? So this is Mount Sinai. Where we were. It's where all this stuff happened. We're reading about, guys. They got it fenced off now, largely. And for a purpose. I don't want people going and excavating this and finding this, right? So this is like the recreation they have, but there's like a erosion picture. What the hell is that? That was wild. So like but yeah, they got the pillar. Then they got the larger picture, which is they said was like the picture that they drew of the actual calf. Of course, you know that was destroyed. So there's archaeological substantiation of this being the site of. Here's the erosion of Mount Sinai. So there's a picture of some erosion. Y'all gotta look this up because I don't know how good it's showing up, but it's a picture of erosion that is on the hill under that rock that split. So they believe that was the rock that Moses split. They believe this is a sketch of it. Basically, like we were drawing things as they were happening and things of that nature. Again, this is that pillar that Solomon put, stone column erected by Solomon to mark the spot of the Exodus. By at this same site, is there a stone column? I mean, is this a coincidence? There's a column here. There's these drawings. There's a split rock. There's a mountain. I mean, hey, if some people could chalk it up to coincidence, I wouldn't be that silly. All right, so I wanted to show that. But go ahead.
Exodus 19:2. It says, "For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount."
Go ahead.
"And Moses went up unto God, and the Lord called, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bear you on eagle's wings."
So, real quick sidebar, when you see that Sicarii logo, as you see featured on the screen now, you see them wings. That's why them wings are there, to symbolize the eagle's wings that the Most High saves us with, right? How he bore us on eagle's wings to deliver us out of Egypt, as well as other captivities. He's going to do it in this modern Egypt, right? Go ahead.
"And brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me.
That's right.
Above all people, for all the earth is mine."
So he's about to give us the laws, but he's telling us, look, y'all do this. There's a reward in there, right? Go ahead. You've seen what I done did for you already. I'm going to do a lot more for you. You just have to listen. I done did all this without y'all having to listen to me. Y'all haven't had to obey one commandment for me to save you out of Egypt. So now I'm getting ready to give y'all commandments for you to obey, and I'm going to do even greater things than I did for you in bringing you out of Egypt. Y'all just got to listen, right? Go ahead.
"And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests."
And you shall be unto me what?
A kingdom of priests.
A kingdom of priests, the nation of Israel, which now through Yahushua, reestablishing the Melchizedekite priesthood order, we have action at, right? Go ahead.
It says, "And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel."
Say this to the Israelites, right? Read.
"And Moses came and called for all the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded."
Look, here's the game plan. I just talked to the man. It's the game plan the man gave me, right? Read.
"And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh had spoken, we will do."
Here's Israel. Yeah, hey, look, we're going to do it. He done brought us out of Egypt. He done killed our wicked, evil oppressor. We whatever he's talking about, we're going to do, right? Sound good. See, but look, and our people have a problem with keeping the law now. Well, guess what? We agreed to it here. This is when we agreed to it. So because we agreed to it here, we're held accountable for it now. Our foreparents have entered into this contract that includes us. We have to do this, man. Go ahead.
It says, "And Moses returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh." So
the Most High is coming in that thick cloud. That chariot is coming in a miraculous fashion as a sign to be given, in addition to the words of Moses, to add validity to the words of Moses. So it's not just Moses coming and telling people anything. He's coming with these miracles and these signs that the Most High is doing for him, or empowering him with the ability to do, in order to compel Israel to follow him. This is why y'all don't get a sign now. Why Yahushua said there's no sign going to be given to this generation. Because the Most High has already gone out of his way to give us all these signs to prove to us that he's our God and he's the only living God. We've already had all of this stuff going back to this time now, delivering us in Egypt, 10 plagues, departing of the Red Sea, all of this stuff happening. That was our signs. We don't get that now. We just better read this book and believe it. I tell you that. Most High is, we're out of signs. That's like a lifeline on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Nigga, you're out of signs. You just gonna have to take it. Read.
Okay. It says, "And Yahweh said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes.
Sanctify them today and tomorrow. Let them wash their clothes. This is a process of becoming ritualistically and ceremonially clean. So it's not just one day though. He says you got to be real clean. 3 days. You got to wash yourselves and wash your clothes. Bathe properly for 3 days and let no uncleanness come upon you by any reason for the next 3 days. Read on.
And be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people.
Here he come. Go ahead.
Upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall surely be put to death.
Stay away from that mountain. Stay away from it. Go ahead.
There shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live.
Nothing can touch this mountain. Go ahead.
When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day, come not at your wives.
Or meaning don't have sex, because if you ejaculate, you'll be unclean. And this holy process that we're getting ready to go to is something that you can't afford to do that. You wait to have sex with your wife until after the presence of the Lord comes down. Right? Go ahead.
Come. It says, verse 16, And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God.
So like you read that part again.
And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled.
One more time.
And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount.
So this is that very frightening way that Yahweh is showing himself. Right? Go ahead.
And the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled.
That's right. So it was it was loud. It was imagine like a rocket ship taking off. You know, all that fire is coming, the smoke is bellowing, all the noise, etc. That's the closest thing I could, make a similar to. But go ahead.
And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the nether part of the mount.
They stood at the nether part because they couldn't touch the mount. Moses goes up. Everybody else stays at the base of the mountain. Read on.
And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace.
So here we have smoke everywhere, right? As a result of this chariot. Go ahead.
And the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. And
so Moses is speaking and making this communication, right? Go ahead.
And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount. And Yahweh called Moses up to the top of the mount. And Moses went up. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto Yahweh to gaze, and many of them perish.
Right, so meaning y'all can't look at this. This is going on. I don't think we fully understand what was going on. We like to speak as if we know, but we don't fully understand what was going on. Whatever's going on, Moses being instructed to not allow people to look at this because they're gonna die. They can't behold this. Moses can because he's been chosen to, but no one else can. Right? Read.
And let the priests also which come near to Yahweh sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break forth upon them.
Even the priests that are coming near, they have to make sure they sanctified as well, or the Most High just gonna kill them. Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Yahweh, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. And Yahweh said unto him, Away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee. But let not...
All right, go get Aaron. Right? Go get the other Levite. The Levites can come. The rest of them niggas gotta stay down there. So like, go ahead.
But let not the priests and the people break through to come up.
Okay, only 2 Levites. Go ahead.
Break to come up unto Yahweh, lest he break forth upon them.
If you come near me, you're getting killed. Go ahead.
So Moses went down unto the people and spake unto them. chapter 20, verse 1. And God spake all these words, saying, I am Yahweh thy power, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
He's speaking. Where you at? 20?
22 in verse 3.
Okay, so I am Yahweh. I brought you out of Egypt. Can you do me a favor? Hit the switch on the back of that. All the way at the bottom. The water. Read that again.
It says, thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Okay, so I am Yahweh. I brought you out of Egypt. And I did all this for you. Nobody come before me. Period. Right? Read on.
You're supposed to get the 10 commandments, I think.
Yes, 10 commandments.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
No idols. Right? No graven image. Read.
Or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath,
Read on.
or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh, thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
So, this is dealing with creating idols, statues, trinkets, things of that nature, for the purpose and with the intent of bowing to and or serving it. Not about just having a picture or something. Okay? It's about the creation of a deity to serve, or accrediting something with ability that it does not have. That's what that's dealing with. Not just people, you're not supposed to make a graven image. You want to get technical, our whole alphabet is a graven image. Why? Because it's pictographs. It's pictures of things. It's what it is. So when people speak that, they're just coming from a place of total ignorance, and clearly contextually it's letting you know you're creating these things, these statues or trinkets or whatever, with the intention of bowing down to and or serving something, accrediting something with power, putting it before the Most High, utilizing it for something outside of what it is, which is just a symbol of something. It has no power. People go, that's an idol. That your guy's got the star of Molech. That's an idol. You idiots that say that, and I'll say it frankly, you guys actually give that symbol more power than we do.
Right.
Because we don't think that there's nothing magical or special or powerful about it.
Just a lily.
It's just a lily. And it symbolizes something. There's a meaning behind it, but there's not like a power to it. You guys literally think that there's some type of demonic power that this thing holds that we'll be able to unlock. It's an idol to you. It's not an idol to me. You believe in it. I don't. Go ahead.
It says, visiting the iniquity of the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
There you go. Right. Go ahead.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
This is a scripture that shows reincarnation. It also shows what it is to love the Most High, is to keep the commandments.
Okay.
Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy power in vain.
So you don't just say that word Yahweh, the name Yahweh. You don't just say it in vain. You don't just swear on it. You don't just throw it around. It's not just a word. Okay. It's not filler. It's important. It's the name of the Supreme Being. It's a name that holds immense power.
Okay.
You don't just throw that around.
Okay.
That's why often we say the Most High, the Lord, God, etc. You say it because you're not always trying to invoke that name because it's serious. You don't want to use it in vain. Right? But you do say it. You do invoke it. You do pray to Abba Nawa Yahweh by Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. All right? But you don't just always throw it around. Why? Because it is too precious and powerful. It's not a filler word. Okay. Go ahead.
Sirach 23:9. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing, neither use thyself to the naming of the Holy One.
You see that? Accustom not thyself to doing that. It's a name that has a purpose. Right? It's not to be abused. So go ahead.
Come. It says, for the Lord, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
He's not going to hold you guiltless. He's going to punish you. Because that's a sin. It's one of the big 10. Yeah. Right? So go ahead.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Keep the Sabbath. Read. 6
days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is a Sabbath of Yahweh thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant.
So when the Sabbath comes, everything's shut down. That's how it's supposed to be. Everything's supposed to shut down, even your servants. No working. I'm gonna say how wicked and evil the Jewish man was. Talking to the prospect Tazadat, we walking the camp from the parking lot this past Saturday, and he was telling me about an Issacharite sister who he knew who worked for Jews. And you know what they do? They don't work on Saturday, but she got to go into work for them on Saturday. See, that's how evil they are. They think they're keeping the Sabbath, yet they're not really keeping it, because according to what we're reading here in Exodus, not even your servants are allowed. So your employees are not even supposed to go to work on the Sabbath. It's not supposed to happen. Right? But go ahead.
Okay. Nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
Mm-hmm.
For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Mm-hmm. So the Most High had the Elohim to do that creating, and that of course occurred over the course of 7,000 years. The same way you have a land Sabbath of 7 years. So those are macro, those are larger things and concepts. But what a day is to the powers, and what a day is to the land, is a year or 1,000 years. But what a day is to us is 24 hours. Right? That's how our bodies are made up. So that's the equivalent. So that's how we get our rest. Right? Read on.
Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land.
That's right. Honor thy father and thy mother. So this is a very important law, and a lot of people, because of the vagueness of the translation, may not understand how to honor father and mother. The word honor means to not set light by, right? So you don't regard your parents as nothing. That's what that means. Your parents are your parents. There are two people who the Most High God brought together to create you, to empower them as vessels to bring you forth. So they're not nothing. So that's what that means. Don't regard them as nothing. And also there is an implication that suggests that we should be there for them when they get old. That's honoring your mother and father. When they get old, they become immobile. They start going through the problems of the deterioration of their flesh, their vision, their hearing, and then even in some cases their memory, their cerebral functions. When this occurs, you're supposed to be there for them. As they change your diapers, you may have to change their Depends. They change your Pampers, you may have to change their Depends. But that is a part of honoring your mother and father. You see? So people just think, oh, you can't say nothing about your parents. Not that you should just say any old thing about your parents, but it's deeper than that. It's dealing with not regarding them as nothing, as well as being there for them in their old age. Right? So go ahead.
Sirach 3:3. Whoso honoreth his father maketh an atonement for sins.
See that? So you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, that whole chapter goes into it.
The honoring mother, that whole chapter.
And there's another chapter that says basically, how can you even repay your parents? They gave you.
You can't. So you gotta. That's why you gotta honor them. They gave you something that you can't give them. You just have to give to something. You have to pay forward to somebody else. In having children. So go ahead.
It says, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which Yahweh thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill.
Ooh, that's dealing with, of course, murdering somebody. Because there's plenty of legal killing in the Bible. Plenty of holy war in the Bible. What it's talking about is murdering. Unjustifiable homicide, as the white man calls it. Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
You shall not have sex with somebody else's wife. If you're a woman and you're married, which as soon as you have sex, you're married, for the record, you shall not have sex with anyone else. That's adultery. You shall not do that. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness.
Don't steal from your brethren. Do not bear false witness on your brother. These laws are elaborated on in Leviticus and in Numbers in specificity to Israel, which you'll understand. Stealing and bearing false witness. Very specifically, it specifies. It's pertinent to your fellow Israelite. Just so y'all know. But go ahead.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Do not covet your neighbor's house. Read.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Our people are very covetous too, and this is something that we struggle with as a people, and we really need to work on, along with all the other other holy and blessed laws. Coveting your neighbor's house, your neighbor's wife. Read on.
Come. Nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor.
That's what's wrong with our people. Our people are continually in a state of covetousness over what the next man has, or what the next woman has. And stuff like that gotta cease. It's gotta cease. Right? Keep going.
When all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they were moved and stood afar off.
They got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
A lot of y'all don't understand why the Ten Commandments is isolated and the significance of it. Because after he said those 10 things, Israel ran away and said what? Read.
Come. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die.
They said, look, Mo, you go talk to this dude. We're going to die if we keep hearing this from him. We're afraid. We're going to die. This is frightening. You deal with him. Like you've been dealing with him. That's fine. We cool with you mediating on our behalves. The original lawyer, Moses. So that's why there's 10 commandments isolated, because we heard those first 10 from Yahweh directly, then we ran away and told Moses, you go get the rest. That's simple. That's what happened. So now go ahead.
And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for the Most High is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not.
Yeah, he's just making sure that y'all know what time it is.
Come.
He's an awesome and mighty, marvelous, terrible power that will destroy you if he got to, if you go against this grain that he's laying out here. Right? So read.
And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold.
He's reinstituting that first commandment. Y'all seen how I talked to you from heaven? You see all this marvelous stuff I just did? Got y'all scared? This is so you never make an idol. You know what's crazy? In 13 chapters, in 12 chapters, these niggas make an idol. Go ahead.
Yeah. And
all it took was 12 chapters. Go ahead.
An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings.
You take that earthen altar, and you put animals on it, and you kill them for me. Go ahead.
And thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon.
So these are commandments about how to build an altar. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 21. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before Israel.
Which chapter 21?
Chapter 21, before them.
So these are the judgments, right, that Moses now is going and getting from Yahweh to set before Israel, the congregation, the 12 tribes. Go ahead.
If thou buy an Hebrew servant.
Did you buy a what?
Hebrew servant.
Your fellow brother, a servant. Read. 6
years he shall serve.
So you're only allowed to have a servant of your own people for 6 years time. Go ahead.
Can I read Leviticus 25, 44? Just to.
Yeah.
Okay, Leviticus 25 and 44. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you.
So your slaves are of the heathen, or non-Israelites. But then you have Hebrew servants. They only can be your servant for 6 years. Go ahead.
It says, if thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve thee. 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
They say he shall go out free for nothing. He doesn't have to be redeemed. He don't got to pay you. He ain't got to serve you but 6 years. He goes out free on that 7th. If he came in with nothing, he go out with nothing. Read.
If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If
he come in married, his wife leave with him. But if his master what?
And if his master have given him a wife, yeah, how the hell is this slavery? Was your slave master just gonna give you a?
Well, yeah, slave masters did that. That's not far fetched. Of course, I need my slaves to have a wife to procreate and make more children. That's where to jump into the broom and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's my fault.
You all right? Go ahead.
If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself.
You see that because they're property of that man. He bought them, bought that woman, allowed that woman to sleep with that man. The procreation, etc., was for the purpose of him having servants. So he's not allowed to leave with her. Right? Go ahead. And if he bought her for him, right? Go ahead.
And if the servant shall plainly say, "I love my master, my wife, and my children."
So he loves his master. He don't want to leave, or he loves his wife and the children that he had. That's like really giving him a wife, and then procreating is like giving him incentive not to leave. Go ahead.
Come. I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever.
So he gives him an earring, and he brings him to the judges of Israel, and they make it official. Look, I was going to keep him 6 years. He don't want to leave. So here is the token that he don't want to leave, that earring in his ear, and we're making that proclamation so all the judges know. So this brother's not held in sin for allowing him or having him in his house, serving him longer than 6 years. Right? So read.
And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the manservants do. If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed, to sell her unto a strange nation. He shall have no power.
It says, so she shall be redeemed, meaning if a man sell his daughter as a maidservant, right, to an individual who buys her, read that part again.
Come. If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself.
So he bought her. In buying her, he's betrothing her to himself. Right? Read.
Come. Then shall he let her be redeemed.
Then she can be redeemed. Right? Meaning if he don't like her after he betrothed her to himself, she has a redemption that she can be redeemed. Read.
To sell her unto a strange nation. He hath dealt he shall have no power, seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her.
So he dealt deceitfully. He paid money, intended to have her, ain't like her, had second thoughts. She now can be redeemed, meaning her pops could come and basically give him the money back and get her. You see what I'm saying? He can't read that part again to show it to a strange nation.
To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power.
Meaning he does not have the ability to say, okay, I bought her off of him, now I'm going to sell her to another nation. No, you can't do that. You're not selling Hebrew Israelite women to other people. That's never cool. It's not going on. So what's happening is, okay, you don't like her? Boom, we're just going to swap that back out. Here's your cash. I'll take her back. Right? So read.
And if he have betrothed her unto a son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
That's her. If he betroths her and says, okay, I'm betrothing her for the purpose of her marrying my son, she's now your daughter. Right? Read on.
If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish.
Exactly. Meaning, and this is the polygamy or polygyny rather precept. Now when you add those additional wives, you can't diminish from the provisions that you provided for the previous wives. Right? So whatever you were giving to her, you got to keep giving to her, even though you added another one. You can't say, okay, I'm going to stop feeding you every day so I can feed her. Nah, you got to feed both of them. That's what that means. People take this law and girls go, see, nigga, if you can't afford it. No, that's not what it says. It says whatever I'm doing for you, if I get another one, I can't stop doing it for you because I have to do it for her. I have to be able to do it for you still. This law is not saying you have to provide for everyone equally. This law is not saying you have to do extra. This law is saying simply, read it again, matter of fact.
And if he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish.
Meaning, when I bring another woman into the situation, I still have to feed you, I still have to clothe you, and I still have to have sex with you. I can't take away from that which I do for you in exclusively those three categories just because I got to do it for her now. I got to do it for both of you. It's that simple. People like do a lot with that law, and it's very simple. Food, clothing, sex. I got to keep feeding you. I got to keep clothing you. I got to keep having sex with you, regardless of if I have another woman or not. That's all it's saying. I can't diminish the food, clothing, and sex that I give you for her. That's all it's saying. So go ahead.
And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money.
Exactly. Then she could leave without money now. Not alimony, palimony, none of that. Child support, none of that. Because you're not supposed to take the kids in the first place if you don't want it. But anyway, it's saying that when he gets another one, he's not feeding you no more. He's not clothing you no more. He's not having sex with you no more. Or even if he's just not doing one of those three, you can leave. So go ahead. But again, when Yahushua came on the scene, pursuant to authority granted to him by Yahweh in Deuteronomy 18, he stiffened that law up. But go ahead.
He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
If you murder somebody, you gotta die. Thus saith the Lord. Go ahead.
And if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whether he.
So he's saying now, lie not in wait, meaning it wasn't a premeditated murder, but there was a heat of the moment battle, and you prevail over somebody, and that resulted in their death. Then Yahweh prepares a place. Read.
Will appoint a place whither he shall flee.
Where you can go. I'm going to give you a place where you could run to, a safe haven. Read.
But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die.
See that's like a premeditated homicide. He gotta die. Go ahead.
And he that smiteth his mother or his father or mother shall be surely put to death.
If you hit your parents, you gotta die. Go ahead.
And he that stealeth a man and selleth him.
If you steal a man and sell the man, read.
Or if he be found in his hand.
Or you found with that stolen man, read.
He shall be surely put to death.
That's another capital punishment. You gotta die for that. Go ahead.
And he that
being a white man, you gotta die. Go ahead.
And he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
So not only can you not put your hands on your parents, you can't curse them. Cannot curse your parents. Cannot put a curse on your parents. Right? Read on.
And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed.
Keepeth his bed meaning is injured, and injured to the point where he's immobile. He's not able to do the things that he should be able to do on a daily basis because of the injuries he sustained in the fight. Read.
If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time.
That's right. Meaning the time that you are not able to work because of the injuries you sustained in this fight, the person who gave you those injuries has to compensate you. Like now they got insurances and things of that nature, AFLAC, for that type of stuff. If you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. In Israel, that's where this concept comes from, the Bible. In Israel, if I beat your ass and it causes you to miss work where you can't work to provide for your family, I now have to provide that for you because of the sin I committed against you. Right? Read. These are laws people don't ever go over. That's why it's important to go over this stuff. Read.
If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time.
Read on.
And shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
Cause him, meaning you're going to provide. You're going to be the health insurance here. You're going to provide for all the days of work that he missed. You're going to provide for his medical treatment. If you are the perpetrator, you are the medical insurance pursuant to Torah. Read.
And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Or he shall surely be punished.
He should be punished. Not put to death, punished. Punished. Go ahead. It's wrong to do that. But because they're this heathen slave, it's not, it's not as bad. So you just get punished. You don't get killed for that, like you would killing your brother.
Yeah.
Right? Read on.
Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
That's right. If he continue a day or two, meaning if he doesn't immediately die, you good. Go ahead.
If men strive and hurt a woman with child.
If men strive. See, this is an important, very important law. Are you in 23 right now? 22.
I'm not even at 22 yet.
Yeah. Are you in 21 still?
I'm in chapter 21.
Salakia. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, this is, everybody needs to make sure they highlight this. This is what we call the abortion scripture.
Yeah.
Okay? So start from the top.
This is Exodus 21:22. If men strive and hurt a woman with child.
If men strive and hurt a woman with child, this woman is pregnant. Men are fighting. In the midst of this fight, somehow a pregnant woman gets injured. Read on.
So that her fruit depart from her.
And as a result of this pregnant woman getting injured, this baby dies. It's miscarried. Right? Read on.
And yet no mischief follow. He shall be surely punished. And
no mischief follow. Right? Meaning this was incidental. This was not something that was intentional. It was like a freak accident. And, it made the situation so grave that everybody ceased from, battling. He should be punished. Right? Read.
According as the woman's husband will lay upon him.
Meaning however many lashes that woman's husband decides to give him, whatever fee that woman's husband wants him to pay, he's going to have to pay. That's what the law says. Read.
And he shall pay as the judges determine.
And the judges are going to make a determination on that. Read.
And if any mischief follow.
But if any mischief follow, this is intentional. If it doesn't cease the confrontation, if he furthers this, if he's moving in that spirit of anger and rage and hatred towards his own brother and not having any sympathy or the fact that this woman with child was injured, what happens? Read.
Then thou shalt give life for life.
Then thou shalt what?
Give life for life.
You should give life for life, substantiating that a child in the womb of its mother is a life in the eyes of God according to his law. You shall give life for life. Meaning if any mischief follow, you kill that nigga because he murdered that child.
Right.
Period. This proves that abortion is murder according to the Bible. Period. Go ahead.
Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand.
This is where that comes for the law. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Somebody knock your eye out, you get their eye. Yahweh Shai instructed us and taught us the lesson of being more merciful, but pursuant to how the law was set up, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Period. You knock out my tooth, I get to get your tooth. You black my eye, knock my eye out, I knock your eye out. Right? A very well-ordered system of checks and balances. The Torah is perfect. The Thawarah is. It's people that have a problem with it. But go ahead.
Burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
If you beat your damn servant so bad you done knock their eye out, you gotta let their ass go. You done too much damage. Go ahead.
And if he smite out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
See, that's why you can't just be beat. You can beat them, but you beat them too much, and you gotta release their ass, man. You gotta be careful. Go ahead.
If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned.
The ox a damn murderer. Stone that ox. Right? There's laws against the ox in this Bible. Read.
And his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. And if the ox were...
meaning the owner of the ox is not guilty for the murder of this dumb animal. He shall be quit, meaning he's acquitted. He's not responsible. Read.
But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it hath been testified to his owner, and he hath not kept him in, but that he hath killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and the owner also shall be put to death.
That's right. If you try to cover up the fact that your ox is a killer ox, your ass gotta die too. It's a very sensible laws here. Go ahead.
Some asshole. Okay. Well,
he's done. He's gone.
Power abuser because I timed him out.
Yeah. Well, now you're gone.
Well, okay. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall be done unto him.
Meaning a sum of money, meaning if this damn ox killed somebody, and the family's like, well, look, instead of killing this ox, you chip us off X amount, we'll be good with that. Then the owner will be required to pay. If he's unable to pay, of course, that ox is getting stolen. Right? So that's also like some type of insurance, or like a damn settlement from the NYPD for murdering Eric Garner or something like that, right? So go ahead.
And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his.
Exactly. So if I do something, like you said, like dig a pit, and your possession falls into it and dies, I now gotta buy you a new one. It's a very just system we have here.
Okay.
Right? Read on.
Okay. It says, and if one man's ox hurt another's that he die, then shall they sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also shall they divide.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it be known that the ox hath used to push in time past, and his owner hath not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
That's right, meaning the ox is killing each other.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Chapter 22, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read the end of 23?
Yeah, all the way to
all
the way to the end of 23.
Come on. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox,
mm-hmm.
and
5 for one. Right, read.
And 4 sheep for a sheep.
You see that? 1 sheep is 4 sheep. 1 ox is 5 oxen. So these are instances where interest has to be paid. Interest generally is something that Israelites are not permitted to do to one another in the Torah. In the instance of you stealing, you paying interest though.
That's
right?
It's a 5th part.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. Read.
Come. It says, if a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die,
Mm-hmm.
there shall no blood be shed for him.
You catch a nigga stealing, and you end up killing him in the midst of catching him stealing. Read that again.
Con, if a thief be found breaking up that and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him.
You catch him stealing, you kill his ass in the act of stealing. Hey man, that's it. Justifiable homicide. Same way Esau got it to where somebody breaking your house, you smoke them, you were totally justified for smoking them. See what I'm saying? So read.
Con, if the sun be rising upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution if he have nothing. Then he shall be sold for his theft.
You see that? So if you're caught stealing and you're not killed, you got to understand that what will occur is you're going to have to pay for whatever you took. Right? Read that part again.
Con, if the sun be risen upon him.
If the sun be risen upon him, does this mean he's stealing right before dawn, and then the dawn happens, and it was cool if you steal in the dark time, but in the daytime you can't steal? No, if the sun be risen upon him, meaning if there's light shed upon the fact that this nigga's a thief, we catch him, we know about it, whatever, right? Read.
There shall be blood shed for him.
There shall be blood shed for him, read. Meaning he's got to bring a sacrifice to atone for the sin of stealing from his brothers, read.
For he should make full restitution.
And he got to pay back whatever he stole, read.
For he should make full restitution if he have nothing,
Mm-hmm.
then shall he be sold for his theft.
And if you have nothing, if he does not have the ability to make a full restitution of what was stole, he's going into servitude to make up for it, to pay back. Right? Read on.
If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double.
Mm-hmm. So if he's caught and we still have what he stole, he gives that back, and he got to go get another one. He got to double that up. If he doesn't have the ability, he's going into servitude until he can get one and give to the man that he defrauded and stole from before he's freed of that, and that sin is atoned for. And again, blood has to be shed for him. Meaning what? He got to bring a sacrifice, right? Go ahead.
Con,
Go ahead.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beasts, and shall feed another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution.
Of the best, he makes that restitution. Go ahead.
If fire break out,
you always just gotta restore. The Bible don't say go to jail, none of that. You gotta restore though. You gotta make it right. That's what the Bible's about. Not putting niggas in prison, okay? Which is not right to rejoice over niggas going to prison either. I want to just throw that out there. That's not what the book is about. It's not what the Torah is about. All right. So read.
If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn or the standing corn or the fields be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. Okay. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and if it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods.
So exactly. So now he's like, okay, well, yeah, you gave this to me, but look, it's missing. We know this story's happened 100 times in the hood. He got to be brought to the judges. And the inquisition got to get made as to whether or not this nigga's lying and he really the thief here, right? Go ahead. This is just what black and Hispanic people need. So these laws we're reading, we are in such desperate need of things like this. Things like this happen all the time in our communities. There's no resolve. There's no solution. There's damn sure not any restitution. There's just grudges and hatred and acts of violence that occur because there's not this sense of law and order and balance that's been firmly established within us. We need this bad. Go ahead.
It says, if the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges. Did I read 7? If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor's money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hands unto his neighbor's goods.
We're going to figure out if you this thief, right? Read.
For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges.
If I think you stole something from me, or I think something that you have is actually mine, we both have to state our cases before the judges, right? Read.
And whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor.
Whoever the judges determine is the guilty party, they gotta pay double. That's the law. Go ahead.
If a man,
not somebody's going to jail. All right, somebody gotta pay. Read.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both.
All right, so if you give me your ox, I say your ox died, he ran off, or he got hurt, I don't know how it happened, there's no other witness, it's just me, we got to enter into oath before the Most High, oath in the name of Yahweh, right? Read on.
Then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, and that he hath not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods.
The oath that I didn't do it, but it happened, and I don't have anybody else who was there as a witness. But damn it happened. See, this is again the type of stuff that when people say, okay, I know you gave me this X, Y, and Z. Somebody did this and that. I don't know what happened. Nobody saw it. Whatever. These type of stories always come up in our communities. People take advantage of it, and sometimes it's true. But because so many people have taken advantage of it, it's difficult to believe the people who are true about it. Here's the solution the Most High has given: an oath. Right? Read on.
Okay. For the brothers and sisters in the chat, any fringes, hit up the brother Daniel or Hebrew Israelite Clothing.
Yeah, Hebrew Israelite Clothing Co. on Instagram. Right? Link in the description. Link in the description. Read.
Come. Then shall it says, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good.
So if the brother makes an oath before Yahweh, guess what? You gotta accept that. He ain't gotta pay you. He ain't gotta make it good. And guess what? If that nigga lying, swearing an oath to Yahweh, don't even worry about it. Most High gonna take good care of that nigga.
Come.
Right? So go ahead.
And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof.
But if it's stolen, you know it's stolen, you got to pay the owner back because it got stolen on your watch. Right? So read on.
If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn.
It's been torn to pieces, man. Nothing I can do. Right? Go ahead.
And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good.
Got to pay that back. Go ahead.
But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good.
But if the owner was there, I ain't got to pay you back. You should have did something about it. Right? Go ahead.
If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that it is not betrothed.
So you find a woman. This woman is not promised, has not been promised by an oath by her father to any man. She's not married to any man. Read on.
He shall surely endow her to be his wife.
You have sex with her, that's your wife. You got to pay the dowry. Period. Right? Read. This proves sex is marriage. Go ahead.
If her father utterly refused to give her unto him.
If her pops don't want to do it, read.
He shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
You just pay the minimum. Because here's the thing. Pops can make a negotiation, but he could be upset. Because he could have been planning to promise her to somebody. He may not like you. You may not be the nigga he wants her to get with, etc. All these problems happen when dealing with marrying somebody's daughter. He don't want to negotiate. Cool. Here's minimum. She's mine. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Thou shalt what?
Not suffer a witch to live.
Practitioners of witchcraft, wizardry, warlockism, magic, all of that, they gotta die. That's what the Torah says. They should not be suffered to live. Go ahead.
He that sacrificeth unto any god save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed.
If you sacrifice to anyone outside of Yahweh, death to you. That's what the Bible says. Read.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Read on.
Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
Okay, vexing strangers also. These are people, these are Israelites born outside of Israel. Right? Read.
If thou afflict them in any wise,
you shall not afflict a widow. Do not take advantage of a woman because her husband is dead and she now does not have a head to represent and speak for her. Right? Read.
If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry.
Most High gonna hear that.
There's no sounds.
Since when? They're late. They're late.
Okay.
They gotta be late because look, our levels is right. They're late.
Okay, come on. It says, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless.
You don't want to do good to the fatherless and the widows? I'll make your family fatherless and widows.
Okay, yeah, they're saying this all right now. Okay,
yes, that's how serious it is. Right? So go ahead.
It says, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee,
you lend money to a poor Israelite, read.
Thou shalt not be to him as an usurer.
Right? You should not charge interest. It is against the laws of God to charge a Hebrew Israelite, a fellow black, Hispanic, or native Indian, and certain other people scattered throughout the earth, interest. You can't do it. If Hassan says, hey Ak, let me get $20, I say, all right Ak, pay me back. I can't say pay me back 40, pay me back 30, pay me back 25, pay me back 22. No, I lend you 20, nigga, you pay me back 20. It's just that easy. It's that simple. The Jewish man, he utilizes this law to economically empower himself every day, instilling our identity, our nationality, etc. He's stolen certain of our laws and customs. This is one of them, and through this, he economically empowers the hell out of himself to make himself the most powerful people in the earth right now. I think it would behoove us to follow this same practice, right? Go ahead. So there's finances here in this law. socioeconomic empowerment in this law. But since we've been so far detached from it through plantation Christianity indoctrination, we're not seeing that. But this is why the Spirit is on us to go into this now. Right? So read.
Come. If thou at all, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by the sun, by that the sun goeth down.
You see that? So if I'm using it for a pledge or a surety or what we would call insurance, I have secured the loan I gave you with an item of yours. If that item of yours is a piece of clothing, I can't even hold it overnight. I got to give it to you because you need that piece of clothing. Right? Read.
Come. It says, for that is the covering only, for that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin.
He needs it. He needs his clothes. So you can't even hold that as a security for that loan. Right? It's against the law. Go ahead.
Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me that I will hear, for I am gracious.
If you wanna oppress him, the gracious Yahweh in heaven is gonna deal with you for that.
Come.
Read.
Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people.
The gods is talking about the people who are in rulership, the judges, the priests, etc., that the Most High set up. That's the gods. You can't revile. You can't speak evil and ill against them as long as they are operating in the Spirit according to the Scriptures. You cannot speak against them. Cannot speak evil against them.
Come.
Read.
Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits.
When you get that first of that ripe fruits, you better hurry up and give it to the Most High. When we were in the land, that's what we would do.
Come.
Right? Now you don't get the first of your ripe fruits. Okay? But people give tithes, alms, offerings, donations. Okay, but read that part again.
Come, thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits.
You know what niggas do now? Well, I gotta pay this bill. I gotta pay that bill. I gotta go do this. I gotta go buy this. Then they're shortchanging what they're supposed to be given when it says you shall not delay. Meaning that's supposed to be before all of that. Honestly. You know, but Jake gonna be Jake. Go ahead. But hey, just know what the law say. That's all I'm here to do. I'm here to tell you what the law say. All right, go ahead.
And of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. So the
firstborn of thy sons, that goes also into Yahushua, being the firstborn of Joseph and Mary, dedicated to Yahweh in that instance. Right? Read on.
Come. It says, likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it to me. And
the same way, on the 8th day you get circumcised. Go ahead.
Come. It says, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Neither shall ye shall cast it to the dogs.
You see that? You as a holy human being of the nation of Israel, you cannot eat something that died of natural causes. You can't. You can only eat something that was killed, that was slaughtered. That's the only things, the only meat, the only living things that we're allowed to eat that are clean. And of course, we're not allowed to eat anything that's unclean. That are clean, the clean beast, you can only eat it if it's slaughtered, not if it died of natural causes. If it died of natural causes, you let the beasts eat that. And the beasts include the other nations. Right? So go ahead.
Come. Exodus 23:1. Thou shalt not raise a false report.
You shall not go around lying. That's what the Bible says. Do not go around raising a false report. Some people have a problem with to this day. Go ahead.
Come. No, put not thine hand.
I mean, how many black and Hispanic men, women, and children need that law? Not raising a false report. Let's be serious here. We need these laws so desperately, y'all. We need them. We need to read them. We need to know them. We need to understand them. We need to internalize them. We need to indoctrinate ourselves with them, because these are the exact solutions that black, Hispanic, and Native Indian communities are in desperate need of. Right? So go ahead.
Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Don't lie. Don't be an unrighteous false witness, making stuff up, trumping up charges. perjuring. Read.
Come. It says, "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil."
Not follow, but you see, but that's what our people love to do. Follow the crowds. Everybody's sipping lean. I want to sip lean. Everybody's selling dope. I want to sell dope. Everybody's an adulterer. I want to be an adulterer. Everybody's a murderer. I want to be a murderer. These are what our people need to correct themselves, man. To fix ourselves. Right? Read.
"Neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment."
To wrest judgment. Don't speak in a cause. Don't try to compel people to twist the judgment. That's evil. That's a sin. Judge righteous judgment. That's what the Torah says. That's what Yahushua says in John 7. That's what we have to do. Right? So read.
Come. Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thine
Go ahead.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray.
Hold on, so like that's Exodus what? 23 and what?
23 and 3.
Real quick. It says
it's 3 saying basically don't get a poor man to do some
and do not slant your testimony in favor of a person just because a person is poor. See, this goes into respect of persons. Because just like we're not supposed to respect a rich person for being rich, we're not supposed to respect a poor person for being poor. We're not supposed to feel sorry for him because of his economic disposition and trying to slight our testimony to get an easier judgment on him. If he's guilty, the nigga's guilty, rich or poor, no respect to persons. We're not trying to go out of our way to be nice to rich people or poor people for feeling sorry or for trying to kiss ass. We're supposed to just give straight up and down, righteous, down the middle judgment. That's our job, right? Start at 4. So you'll know this is Exodus 23, 4-5. Highlight this. This is the precept to Matthew 5 and 44. Love your enemy. This is it right here. Yahushua is teaching and elaborating upon the Torah, right? So read that.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox.
Thy who?
Enemy's ox.
You meet your enemy's ox. It's your fellow Israelite. These judgments are between Israel. How Israel functions as a municipality. If thou meet thy enemy's ox, your fellow Israelite that you don't like, that you're not cool with, he's your enemy. If thou meet your enemy's ox, read.
Or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
He's your enemy. Y'all don't get along. Y'all got beef. Y'all might have caught a fade. Whatever. Guess what? You got to take that ox or that ass that belongs to him and bring him back. That's loving your enemy. That's what Yahushua was teaching in Matthew 5. Never let a Christian pull the wool over your eyes in that instance. Never let a damn devil-loving Christian tell you that this means you have to love the white man. No, this means you have to love your fellow Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian, because those are the only people you have a problem with loving. You have no problem with loving the white man or any other damn stinking heathen nation on this earth. But you have a problem with loving your fellow Black, Hispanic, or Native Indian. So this is why that law is there. That's why Yahushua said what he said. Because they know that we got a problem with each other. Go ahead.
If thou see the ass of him that hateth thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
Listen, you see that person, that Negro, that Hispanic that you don't like under his ass, stuck or in a problem in this modern day on the side of the road with a flat tire, you still gotta help. You gotta help. It's the law.
You don't just turn up.
You know, I don't like this nigga. Fuck this nigga, man.
Right.
Nah,
you don't see nothing.
Nah, don't do that. That ain't right. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of the poor. Don't twist the judgment of the poor. Read.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
Stay away from a false matter. Falsehood is something that we got to shun and stay away from in Israel. We have to. Read.
What the hell is Hezekiah talking about? What are you talking about, Hezekiah?
What is he talking about?
Stop teaching as commandments the doctrine of man, hypocrites. You got 30 seconds to correct what you just said.
When do we're literally reading the law. When did we teach doctrine of man here? We've literally just been reading the law. That's it.
You got 20 seconds. Now you got 20 seconds.
Hezekiah, when you read the law for 5 hours, my nigga, straight, you can holler at me. I don't even... Who are you?
Yeah. Who the hell are you?
This is crazy. We're 5 hours in to the Torah right now.
I didn't even spell Hezekiah right.
5 hours into the Torah, and a nigga gonna come and tell us about the doctrine of men. We done through the Spirit went into what the Tower of Babel is, where Mount Sinai is, where Bethel, the real temple of Zion is. We going into this law. I'm talking about heavy edification through the Spirit and power by the grace of Yahweh tonight. And here this nigga talking about commandments of men. If you don't get the hell out of here.
He said the birds of the air have their nests and the fox have their holes, but the son man had nowhere to lay his head. The hell's that to do with anything?
Get him out. He's done. He's gone.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Button. You're not welcome here. All right. What is he even talking about? Right. But go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. Mm-hmm. For I will not justify the wicked.
That's right. Don't put a judgment on somebody that they don't deserve. That's a false matter. Slay not the innocent and righteous people who are justified. Do not bring judgment upon them who are not due to be judged.
Trinia, Hispanics and Native Americans are discriminated against us, and they die just like us in the street. What are you talking about?
What idiot? Where are you from? How stupid can you be? Hispanics and Native Americans aren't. First off, have you ever heard of the migrant caravan? What's being said about them? Are they being discriminated? Is the United States military not getting ready to possibly shoot them where they stand for seeking refuge?
Demons, man. You demons keep coming on you, man.
Go ahead, man.
Demonic forces. So, it says, and thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise.
Mm-hmm.
It destroyeth the heart.
See that? Bribery. Scripture against bribery. Read.
And perverteth the words of the righteous.
See that? When people bribe you and they give you gifts, you tend to be partial to them. When the law commands us to be impartial.
Yeah.
Right? So go ahead.
Come. It says, also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
People who are born outside of Israel, Israelites born outside of Israel. We've done videos on that we are actually commanded to oppress actual non-Israelites. Plenty of scriptures on that. I mean, first off, we can lend usury upon them. That's a form of oppression. So, don't be simple, heathen lovers.
Yeah, heathen.
Go ahead.
And 6 years shalt thou sow thy lands, and gather in the fruits thereof.
This is called the land Sabbath. 6 years shall you sow and gather the fruit. Read.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest.
That's the land Sabbath. This was practiced by many of our brothers of the Northern Kingdom, people who are indigenous to the Americas. Tribe of Gad, tribe of Reuben, tribe of Naphtali. And you could study these pre-colonial tribes, and you can see their nomadic nature, their nomadic practices. They're doing this because they were innately keeping this law here in part. Right? Read on.
Come. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive year. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed.
That's right. To be refreshed. Go ahead.
Why can't they're not claiming Israel like you're gone, Trinia. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
They're not claiming Israel like who?
Like black people are.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, just
how many black people are claiming Israel?
How many people do you know are claiming Israel in your life?
Ridiculous, bro.
Idiot.
There's entire Hebrew Israelite schools that have been around for years.
In Peru,
you don't know anything. So go ahead.
You don't know nothing. Where are we at? It's too early for this crap. Verse 13, in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods.
So of all these laws of everything, be circumspect, stay on your toes, be attentive, and do not invoke. See, because some people get hyper religious about this law. Meaning you can't say the names of other gods, yet they're written in the Bible. So that clearly can't be what that means. It means not to invoke, to call upon. the names of other gods. Right? Read on.
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Go ahead.
3 times a year thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
Read.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
Right, go ahead.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month. Abib.
In the first month, read.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
So every Israelite has to keep the feast of unleavened bread, and you cannot appear empty, meaning you have to have an offering, something to offer the Most High when you keep the Passover or the feast of unleavened bread. Okay, so go ahead.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors.
Feast of first fruits. It's mandatory by law feast. Feast of unleavened bread, feast of first fruits, read on.
Which thou hast sown in the fields, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field.
So when you gather all of that, that's another feast you have to that we had to keep in that time in our land that we couldn't get around. So those 3 were they were non-negotiable feasts that we had to keep. 17.
3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh.
All of us had to appear, meaning we all had to go to the temple. All our males had to go to the temple, right? Read.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy power. Thou shalt not. Oh God, this scripture they just butcher it. Thou shalt not seethe the kid in his mother's milk. You can't eat a cheeseburger, Rock.
Yeah, the Jewish man thinks you can't eat a cheeseburger. That has nothing to do with that. It's talking about you cannot eat a lamb or a cow if it is still on the tits, if it's still drinking its mother's milk. You wait until after it's been weaned from the breast to kill and eat animal.
Just so accurate. How stupid can you be?
It's just not your culture. You can't eat it's just not your culture. I mean, that's just a clear indication.
I want to sit down with animal like so you read this and you thought, oh, okay, put cheeseburger
no
more.
Niggas put dairy and meat in 2 different fridges. Retarded.
You convert. Verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee. I highlight this too, Akim. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I prepared.
This angel that's being sent before is Hamashiach Yahushua. All right, go ahead.
It says, beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him.
Right, my name is in him, and he has the power to pardon transgressions. The same way Yahushua is. How we know who this is. Go ahead.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries.
So we have to listen to him and obey his voice. We had to in that wilderness. We have to now. And if we do that, he'll be an enemy to our enemies and an adversary to our adversaries. So this is another Christophany. Read.
It says, for mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites.
Now, mind you, the angel of the Lord is not the same angel exclusively every time, but in this instance, this is an instance where it is Yahushua. Go ahead.
The Hittites, the Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, Jebusites, and I'll cut them off.
If we listen, he's going to go out before and he's going to cut off all these Canaanite, these Hamite people. Read.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images.
Just destroy these people. Kill them, destroy them, burn their stuff down, etc. That's what we were commanded to do.
Get rid of them.
That's right. Go ahead.
And ye shall serve Yahweh your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee.
If we keep the commandment, this is how powerful it is. Keeping the commandments as a nation means we'd have an abundance of food, drink, and we would be not sick. We wouldn't get sick.
Yeah.
These are all the benefits of keeping the commandments of the Most High. Right? Read on.
There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill.
Meaning all the women would have children. Yep. It wouldn't be barren. And none would cast their young, meaning none would be miscarrying children. This is powerful. These are things that some of our people struggle with, that if we just could keep the laws, we wouldn't be dealing with that, man. We was in a lift earlier, The white woman in the damn lift. I'm talking about she was coughing up clear phlegm.
That's damn. I was about to say that's pneumonia.
You think she's got pneumonia?
I hope she's got pneumonia. Listen, I was going to say it, but I was like, you know what? I hope she does, and she doesn't go to the doctor.
Bro, because now this white woman, she refused to go to the doctor because she knows about the chemtrails. So she just don't trust them. But she was breaking down about the chemtrails, which of course we already know about. But it's crazy how I was going into it briefly with the officer on the way in the crib. Like, yo, like the Most High is... Leviathan's really eating his own tail, and Esau is putting out these chemtrails to kill us, but he can't help but also get some of his own people.
Yeah.
He had to literally render some of his own people, or look at some of his own people as expendable, because there's no way that they were going to be able to just get us and only get us and not get them. And now it's looking like it's getting them in a more aggressive fashion, and that I hope is due in part to at least some of us coming back and being obedient. Some of the righteous remnant rising up through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai in this time, man. Certainly.
Right.
Let's go ahead, 27.
It's verse 27, Exodus 23 and 27. I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee.
Make them all scared, man. So they run it scared. Go ahead.
And I will send hornets before thee.
We just read about that in Wisdom. That hornet coming. The wasp. It's called a wasp in Wisdom, but it's called hornet here, which is all. I think hornets are wasps. I believe either wasps or hornets are hornets. Matter of fact, you know what? Just for the purpose, we've been very thorough today.
Yeah.
So let me look at what a hornet is. The green hornet, the Charlotte hornets.
Unlike you scoffers in school,
Yeah. Hornets are the largest eusocial wasps. So hornets are wasps. Go ahead.
It says, and I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee.
That's right. It's going to make them afraid. But they weren't repenting. I mean, it didn't strike the fear in them like it was supposed to. So then we got sent in. That wasn't a chance for them to stop doing what they were doing. But they wouldn't. We just read about that in Wisdom. Go ahead.
That's just like a... I mean, all right, stop, guys. I'm sending wasps. They start stinging them. Nope, okay, it's going to get rid of you.
We'll send people. All right. Well, go ahead. Africanized killer bees.
I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out.
So it's not just going to be a wave. It's going to be by little and little, and that's why it started with the hornet, coming and messing with them, getting some of them out of there, killing some of them, etc. By little and little. He said, because if I just wipe them all out, the beasts of the field will overrun us. So this has to be something that's gradual. Right? Go ahead.
It says, by little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land.
So I'm giving an opportunity for them to die off, for us to increase and go in there and get that land. Go ahead.
And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hands, and thou shalt drive them out before thee.
Now, mind y'all, this is the key point here. This is another scripture to highlight, because this proves that we as Israel never had from the Nile to the Euphrates.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too.
Because the Red Sea unto the sea of the Philistines, to the desert unto the river, that's not either of our eastern or westward appropriate borders. So this also proves that this promise has not been realized. So it's going to be realized in the kingdom, which also validates the fact that it's going to be made with the ethnic descendants of Israel.
That's right.
Because that's who it was promised to.
Yeah.
Verse 32.
Verse 32. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods.
To hell with the Canaanites. Kill them. Don't agree. Don't even talk to them. Just kill them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They shall not dwell in thy lands, lest they make thee sin against me.
All right. Because why would they make you sin when they live amongst us? They have their gods, their idols, their ways. We see them. We get enticed by them. We follow them, which we later see in our history that happened. We did. They were left as thorns amongst us, and they surely did poke us and lead us off into idolatry, but all in Asherah worship. Going to the strip club now is worshiping Asherah. Right? So read.
For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee.
It's going to be a trap. That's what the Most High said. So with that, that was in Exodus 23. With that, we're going to give all praises, honor, and glory to Yahweh, by Hashem Yahweh Shai, and say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.